Okay, good morning, everyone. It's approaching 10 o'clock, so I think we'll make a start. I see that everyone that needs to be here is here. This is day 2 of inquiry session 1 with regard to the application under section 36 for a 39 turbine wind farm, which we'll call Glenshero during proceedings. If you're watching on the live webcast, I'm not going to go through my preamble, and for that, if you look at yesterday's broadcast, that will give you a background and context to the case and the proceedings that we're going through. But in order to be efficient with time, we'll dispense of that today. I would like all the parties to introduce themselves, though, just so that everyone who is watching is aware of who the parties are. So if I can start off with Mr. Trinick.
Thanks, sir. Good morning. Marcus Trinick, Queen's Counsel, representing the applicant, and I'm instructed by Nicola Martin of Wright Johnson Mackenzie, who was also on the call.
Mr. Finlay.
Thank you, sir. My name is James Finlay, Queen's Counsel. I'm representing Nature Scott and the Highland Council. 2 witnesses this morning, first Carol Anderson and secondly Roddy Dahl.
And Mr. Gordon?
Dave Gordon, a mere PhD, representing Mountaineering Scotland.
Thanks everyone for that. We'll be aware that Mr. Kelly wasn't able to join us yesterday, representing John Muir Trust and Wildland Limited. I understand he won't be joining us today, and we'll catch up with Mr. Kelly's plans probably tomorrow morning, or at least when inquiry session 2 starts. I believe he may be travelling to a different location to improve his connectivity. Is there any procedural matter that any of the parties want to raise with me today before we move on? Doesn't look as if there is. There's no hands being raised. You will recall that we will stop just before 11 o'clock for a 2-minute silence as an act of remembrance, given the date, and it may well be that we break after that, but we'll do that probably with our cameras on at 11 o'clock, and I'll just intervene just at that point. So with that said, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Finlay. Mr. Finlay.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps I should have said just one matter by way of administration is that when we change over from Carol Anderson to Roddy Dahl, they're using the same witness room, so there will need to be perhaps a slightly longer than usual pause whilst Carol Anderson clears her material out, wipes the table down, and Roddy Dahl puts his material in. But it shouldn't take too long, and that can be accommodated at hopefully, given the time estimates, at a break. So if I can introduce Carol Anderson, she's a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. She sets out her particular expertise in her report and in her precognition. And we're taking the precognition as read. The first thing I wish to deal with is 2 further errata. One is at page 18 of her report, which is CD 15.1, and Ms. Anderson can ask you to tell the reporter what the point is.
Yes, good morning. Page 18, it should be noted, is on the paper copy. I've only got a printed copy in front of me of my inquiry report, and it's the table assessing effects on the Cairngorms National Park. And the error is on the 3rd column, headed the effects of the proposal, and it's 10 lines down that column, And there is an error where it says Glenshero Hills and the Munros west of the A9. That should actually be east of the A9.
I think that follows from the viewpoints that you then refer to, but that just in case anyone picks that up. Thank you for that. And the second one, I believe, is in your recognition, which is CD 15.2, and at paragraph 4.1, what you sought to do is summarise the Ramble assessment and have concluded there have been no significant effects in the SLQs. The paragraph of your report that you were seeking to summarise, I think, is paragraph 4.4. And what's the point you wish to just draw the reporter's attention to?
In my recognition, I didn't summarise that carefully enough from 4.4 in my inquiry report. The Ramble assessment of effects on the Cairngorms National Park did actually identify some localised significant effects on some of the SLQs. And I don't think that's reflected adequately in paragraph 4.1 of my recognition, but it is detailed in 4.4 of the inquiry report.
Mr. Finlay, does your witness plan to change or amend? You mentioned it was an errata with regard to any of the paragraphs in the recognition.
Well, I wasn't intending to do that. It's a simple mis-summary of what's in her report. I just ask you to note that at paragraph 4.1 of her report, the wording should effectively replicate that at 4.1 of her recognition should effectively replicate the wording at 4.4 of her report. She's not suggesting that Ramble found no significant impact, just that they were very localised. I hope that's satisfactory, and we can provide a further version if you would like us to do so, but it's such a, hopefully a minor point that I didn't at this stage propose, unless it would assist you, to provide a further document.
I don't think there's any need for a further document, but just perhaps, just for clarity, an email around the parties just describing what you've said, just as an errata, just so we have it on the file, but no need for an updated document, if all the parties are happy with that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Finlay?
Thank you very much, sir. My apologies, just where I bring something up on my screen. The next matter, sir, it picks up on a point that you raised yesterday. I think you asked Mr. Welsh a question that related to guidance, whether guidance had changed as to assessment in the current circumstances. And without needing, I think, to go to the document, I think, Ms. Anderson, you have a reference for the reporter in GLVIA, which makes the position clear.
Yes, GLVIA 3, that's core document 5.8. In paragraph 2.17 of the guidance, it is quite clear in saying that renewable energy development proposals are subject to the same LVIA processes and the same need for impartial assessment.
Thank you. And those were the introductory matters. The one issue of substance I wish to take you to in examination in chief relates to the Southern Hills, your sub-area 4, and just so people can remind themselves of the sub-areas, if they wish to do so, they're on CD 12.27, that useful document that James Welsh produced showing his sub-areas and your sub-areas. I'm going to hand it over to you, Ms. Anderson, to speak to the evidence Mr. Welsh gave yesterday about sub-area 4 and the viewpoints by reference, I think, to viewpoints 9 and 20.
Can you just give us the core document reference again for that joint diagram?
It's 12.27.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to just say something about my assessment of effects on the Cairngorms National Park, and particularly on the effects of the Southern Hills and Glenshero area, which was my sub-area 4, which you can see on CD 1227. It closely correlates to one of the sub-areas that Mr. Welsh has looked at, and in his assessment he didn't consider effects on the SLQs of the national park to be significant. I contrast with his assessment in that I do consider that there would be significant effects on some of the SLQs in that particular sub-area. Yesterday in cross-examination, Mr. Welsh, I believe, did accept that distance between a viewpoint and a development is not necessarily a key determining factor in defining significance of effect. But I think actually in the open assessment, the tabular assessment, particularly within Mr. Welsh's inquiry report, suggests otherwise, because I felt that the assessment does particularly focus fairly repeatedly on distance, the fact that these Southern Hills are over 20 kilometres in general away from the proposed development. There's also an emphasis on the influence of development on the character of those hills and the experience of the special landscape qualities in Mr. Welsh's assessment. I think one point about that in particular is about the A9 corridor infrastructure, which is noted as weakening the special landscape qualities in that area. When I undertook field assessment in that area, particularly in the Dromochta Hills, and also I've walked up one of the Glenshero Hills as well, just to the west of the Tyrwhitt River, I really felt in the Dromochta Hills in particular, that the influence of development within the valley, within the Dromochta Pass, the overhead power line, forestry, hydro infrastructure, and the road itself and traffic quickly receded. And as soon as you got onto the upper slopes and the hill tops, where the proposal would be most visible, the effects of that development in the valley just had a relatively small influence. They feel much smaller in scale because you've got a huge panorama when you're on those hills, on the slopes and on the tops. And the development in the valley bottom appears very small and inconsequential, in my opinion. And I think actually, I think that the hills are special, and I think actually Dr. Gordon makes that point very eloquently in his precognition about the Dromochta Hills. And it is surprising, considering how close they are to the A9, how little influence there is once you're in the hills, both on the east and the west side of the A9. Mr. Welsh also, in his assessment, considers that there's limited visibility of the proposal from the Dromochta Hills, particularly sort of viewpoint 9 viewpoint 20. But actually, there would be over 16 turbines visible from those viewpoints 9 and 20. And I don't think that can be described as being limited. It's a proportion of the total turbines that are within the scheme, that comprise the scheme. But 16 turbines seen from those viewpoints, to me, is not a limited proposal. You get a huge panorama, and it is interrupted significantly by this development. I think we can see that by looking at, for example, viewpoint 9. If you look at the visualization figure 4.16a, in that view, in my opinion, I could not see Strome leg turbines. Theoretically, there are some views of tips, but when I was visiting both that viewpoint and viewpoint 20, I did not spot Strome leg. And I think certainly in this visualization from viewpoint 9, there would be, sorry, I think I've probably given the wrong figure number. I think photomontage is better. It's figure 4.16d. And I think in that view, you see this really impressive panorama. It is awe-inspiring. It's so huge. Yes, this is one part of the view looking west, and you get the Cairngorms Plateau when you turn round. But in terms of this uninterrupted skyline, I think that is a very important feature. Yes, you get views lower down of Strathspey, and you don't really see the Dromochta Pass so much because of the steepness of the slopes. So you do see more developed bits of landscape, but they, as I said before, the infrastructure, the human influences are relatively minor in that view, and it's really that skyline of hills, intact, uninterrupted hills, that's so important.
I just interrupt for a moment and ask you to comment on Mr. Welsh's view that the Glenshero is tucked into the monoliths, that's how it appears, and whether you accept that.
Yes, I think both in viewpoints 9 and 20, but also in many of the viewpoints that are in the Ardverichy Hills, viewpoints 11, viewpoint 17, for example. I think you could not describe it as being tucked in. Tucked in to me suggests a level of or a degree of containment which this proposal just does not have. To me, it appears as if it's spilling down, it's breaching the rim of higher ground that you get around the Strome site and tipping down, so it has a greater influence on the national park in these views in the southwest corner of the national park.
And Mr. Welsh appears to has factored in the distance, which I think from that viewpoint is just under 23 kilometres, if I've got my references correct, as being would appear to be a significant factor in finding a not significant effect there. What's your view on particular impact of distance at that type of distance?
Well, I think there can be significant effects at that distance, and I have concluded that there would be significant effects on the special landscape qualities. It's not the same, quite the same as doing an LVIA. It's looking at effects on special landscape qualities. these are very popular hills, and I have considered sort of recreational use in my assessment as one of the special landscape qualities. And I think in this context, and considering the fact that there, in my view, is no other wind farm development visible from these hills, or substantially visible, I think that distance is just one factor, and it's the effect on the experience of the special landscape qualities which is as important.
Do you want to look at any other visualizations to make these points, or do you have anything further to say on your sub-area 4?
Not on that sub-area, no, I think that is fine.
I think that concludes your points you wish to make in chief, unless I've overlooked anything, Ms. Anderson.
No, I think that's fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure I think I'll have some questions for you.
Mr. Tunick.
Good morning, Ms. Anderson.
Good morning, Mr. Trinick.
I have to admire your baronial splendour behind you before I go any further.
I've got a stag sticking out of my head, have I?
At least one. This is going to be a relatively brief excursion on national park issues, because the differences after 1 and a bit days between you and Mr. Welchar are pretty clear, and I don't think I'm going to shake you too much in your views. So looking at some peripheral, but nonetheless, I think important issues will be the main focus. When I refer to paragraph numbers in your evidence, I'm referring to the inquiry report, unless I specifically say otherwise. Starting, I think, with who you're acting for. Your inquiry report tells us that you are acting for, you're representing Nature Scott. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So you don't appear at this inquiry representing the views of the Highland Council or the National Park?
No.
Okay. If you go to your inquiry report at page 6, I think your physical page numbers are the same as the electronic page numbers.
Okay, that's good.
And when I use page numbers throughout, I'll be referring to electronic page numbers unless I say differently. When you say in paragraph 4.1, my inquiry report first sets out evidence regarding the effects of proposed development on the national park. It does not consider the effects of the proposal on any other reason for designation of the national park or on its aims or policies. I wanted to be clear what you meant by that.
It means that I am presenting a view on the significance of effects on special landscape qualities of the national park, but I don't go further and address the question of integrity of the national park.
Okay, but if we take up CD 5.36, which I hope was one of the documents I notified you might need.
Sorry, can you just repeat that again? CD...
Yes, of course. 536.
Yes.
And you go to page 14. Now I need to say electronic page 14 here.
Yeah, that's fine.
The reasons for the designation of the national park find expression in the 2 pages which summarize the special qualities. That would be accurate, wouldn't it?
Can you say, could you repeat that please, Mr. Trinick?
Yeah, the reasons for the designation of the park find expression in the 2 pages summarizing the qualities. I'll expand if you want. Because we're not just talking about the general qualities, but about special qualities relating to mountains and plateaus, moorlands, glens, straths, trees, woods, forests, wildlife and nature, visual and sensory qualities, and culture and history and recreation. It's fairly comprehensive in describing the reason that the park is there. Would you agree?
Well, it's not the reason for the designation. I mean, the special qualities work was undertaken prior to, after the designation of the park. Mm-hmm. So there are other objectives that have been considered in defining the national park.
All right, but in terms of your evidence, so they put it another way, you are addressing these special qualities, such as these special qualities that you feel are relevant in this case.
Yes, that's correct.
This is a list you've gone to in order to extract what you feel is important for your evidence.
Yes.
Good. I just wanted to get the source of your material, hence the question. An issue came up yesterday. I think, were you listening to the evidence yesterday, Mr. Welch? I'm sure you were.
I was, yes.
Yeah. In relation to CD 530, you might get up. CD 530 is headed Guidance for Assessing the Effects on Special Landscape Qualities. And the reason this document came up was that Mr. Finlay was cross-examining Mr. Welch on how special qualities are experienced, and the expressions visual and experiential, mm-hmm. Those terms. Do you remember that passage of evidence?
I do. Yes, I think I do.
I wanted to be clear with you. I think we are clear that the way that the special landscape qualities of the park are experienced derive from the visual experience. In other words, other senses may come into play as a result of seeing what you see, but the basis of the assessment is what you perceive in terms of landscape character and what you see with your eyes in terms of special landscape qualities. That's the basis for assessing effects, isn't it?
Yes, it's what you see and then the perceptual responses that emanate from that.
Yes, I think we're agreed. It's what emanates from that visual experience. And indeed, well, not sure we, well, for the sake of the reporter's note, I went to paragraph 11 on page 2. I went to paragraph 23 and 26 on page 3, and I went to paragraph 30 on page 4, and they all tell me that what I've just put to you is going in the right direction. Other senses come into play, but the assessment derives from what you can see.
Yes.
Right. And indeed, if we went, I'm not going to go there now, I thought I might have to, but I went to paragraph 316 of CD 18.2, which is a statement of agreed matters between the applicant and I think.
Do I need to go to that, Mr.
No,
Chair?
you don't know, because we've agreed the point, but it's been specifically agreed. Well, what we've just agreed has been specifically agreed in that statement of agreed matters.
Okay.
That's fine. Would you go to 420, paragraph 420, please? Inquiry report.
In my inquiry report.
Yes, sorry, I should have said that. At the bottom of 420, you say, I've judged the effects of the proposal on the SLQs to be major, moderate, minor, or negligible, no effect. Those are the terms you use for significance, aren't they?
Yes.
Significance of the effect.
Yes.
And major and moderate are considered to be significant.
Yes.
Where do you define these terms?
I don't have a detailed methodology that accompanies my inquiry report. It is derived from a methodology that I use elsewhere, but I haven't included it in my report.
All right. I mean, let's see if we can get some, because it's important that we can compare your evidence with that of Mr. Welch, knowing that we're talking about the same thing. If we go to CD 1210, and within that, go to Annex 2. And within that, if you go to electronic page 42.
Sorry, 1210.
Yep. Annex 2.
Oh, Annex 2, right.
And electronic page 42. You put your thumb up when you're there, or Sarah, are you there?
No, sorry.
That's all right, don't worry.
Do you have a paragraph number, Mr. Trinick?
Yes, I do, 71.
Grateful.
Yes, I'm there.
That's okay. You'll see after paragraph 71 that Mr. Welch discusses what various terms mean value susceptibility in particular. You see that?
Yes.
And then after after paragraph 75, he does the same thing for magnitude. I'm not going to go into detail. You can see what you can see.
Mm-hmm.
You're with me. So he defines his terms carefully. Have you read these paragraphs to which I've taken you before?
In this annex?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm trying to be helpful to the reporter here. I could simply say, well, you haven't defined your terms, but I'm trying to enable some comparison to be made. I mean, can you associate yourself with the terminology and descriptors that Mr. Welch uses? That might help the inquiry if you could.
I can, but what I would say is that this is a methodological statement that's used consistently and repeatedly. Yes, it's useful, and I probably should have included my own as an appendix to my inquiry report. But what I do in my assessment is I relate. I'm very clear in how the effects relate to special landscape qualities in determining the effects and justifying why there would be a particular level of effect, which, in my opinion, I consider is missing from Mr. Welsh's assessment of the SLQs. So this annex is a more generalized approach. It's a methodological approach. It's not an assessment per se. And I think the more detailed assessment on effects on specific landscape qualities, special landscape qualities within the park is what's important.
Well, I agree with all that. The trouble is that in your tables, you do use the word moderate, adverse, significant, or not significant, and you've highlighted those words. So clearly, the denouement of your assessment comes down to the word significant or not significant. Therefore, I need to know what you mean by that, because you're clearly conveying a message to the reporter in those terms. And I don't know how you come to a view on significance through the use of magnitude and sensitivity. I can't see. I'm trying to be helpful to the inquiry in suggesting to you that if you can associate yourself with what Mr. Welch has said in Annex 2, that might be of help. But where do we stand on this?
Well, we stand on this because this is not an LVIA. And there is no, the guidance set out in 5.30, I think it is, the draft guidance on assessing SLQs, does not require you to consider sensitivity and magnitude of change in the same way as you would with an LVIA.
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy to accept that, but Mr. Welch has used this methodology. We can see through the use of his terminology, sensitivity and, well, susceptibility and value leading to sensitivity and their magnitude, how he comes to his views on significance. I'm not sure it's the biggest point in the world, but because I think that you and Mr. Welch are both so experienced, you end up talking the same language anyway most of the time. But I'm just suggesting to you, I cannot see from your tables what combination of factors lead to your conclusion in terms of any methodology. I think you've agreed that.
Yes, but I would also say that the justification is in my assessment in the tables, whereas I consider in Mr. Welsh's tabular assessment that he also follows the same guidance in CD 5.30 and doesn't specifically come to conclusions on susceptibility, value, and magnitude of change as you would in an LVIA, a conventional LVIA.
Well, Mr. Welch's evidence says what it says, and he describes his methodology, and he follows it. But I was more, and anyway, he wasn't asked any questions about that. But I was just keen to know whether, when looking at your word significant or not significant or moderate adverse or whatever, I was comparing like with like when I compared your evidence with that of Mr. Welch. That's as far as I wanted to take the point. It's as far as I can, so we can move on. And I'll make submissions accordingly. Page 8 of your inquiry report, please. Paragraph 414. Here I think there is happy agreement. You say you define the sub-areas, and so as Mr. Welch, he's defined sub-areas. I know what Mr. Finlay said yesterday, but I want to hear it from you. Looking at CD 1227, please. You get that up. Are you there?
Yes, I am, thank you.
Are you happy that you've broadly defined the same areas and that your evidence is, in terms of your assessments, is thus comparable?
I think it's comparable in terms of the sub-areas, yes, and I have concluded that in my precognition, that we have a similar approach. We assess similar but not completely the same SLQs, but we have a different opinion in terms of our findings on significance and the extent and nature of effects.
No, don't worry, I know that. My question was limited to establishing that you agree, which I think you do, that when the reporter looks at your sub-areas and Mr. Welch's sub-areas, which do have slightly different boundaries, he can nevertheless make a reasonable comparison between them, between your findings in respect to the sub-areas. I think the answer
yes. My sub-areas follow the Cairngorms National Park landscape character assessment boundaries a little bit more closely, but I consider that they are similar to Mr. Welsh's.
That's fine, thank you. If you go to your precognition, please, at paragraph 2.3, which is on actual and electronic page 2. It's a question of what we're exploring here is the visibility of the proposed development from various sub-areas. And you say the pattern of visibility, nature of effects on views, and degree of intervisibility with the operational Stroh Leg wind farm differs in each of the sub-areas. Sub-area 1 lies close to the proposal we're seeing together with Stroh Leg. Stroh Leg is barely visible, if at all, from the other sub-areas, due largely to the containment provided by landform. I wonder if you just look up your figure 1 within your inquiry report, just to test that a bit. We can see, do I say, slightly contrary to what you say, that actually in sub-area 1, which are the South Himalayas, there is less visibility of Stroh Leg and the development together than in some of the other sub-areas. Have I read that wrongly?
I think the difficulty is looking on a plan. I think you've, looking at theoretical visibility, you've also got to consider that in terms of views on the ground. And if you look right along the ridge in sub-area 1, which defines the park, you're consistently seeing the two developments together.
You mean the western boundary of the park?
That's correct, yes.
Running northeast from BP12.
That's correct. Whereas, for example, in sub-area 4, yes, there is.
Just stick to sub-area 1 for the moment.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so that's my answer to sub-area 1.
Well, maybe your answer is not quite what I'm trying to get from you. I understand the ridge, which is a containment in itself, and that's why we've got very little visibility southeast of that ridge initially until you get to the next highland within sub-area 1. But within sub-area 1 as a whole, yes, you've got the ridge, obviously, which is the boundary line of the park, and you've got the area of BP6, but there's very little visibility really elsewhere in that sub-area, is there?
Little visibility in terms of Stroh Leg or Glenshero?
Well, in terms of Stroh, well, we can see from the shading that there's no visibility of Stroh Leg by itself. There is some visibility of Glenshero by itself, and there's shared visibility where we got the purple. We can see the colours, but in terms of experiencing Glenshero, let's say within sub-area 1, apart from the ridge, which is the boundary, the geographical extent of potential effects is not great, is it?
In terms of extent, I would agree, and I have said that in my inquiry report, in my assessment.
Yes, okay, I was just going on what you said in precognition para 2.3, but maybe I misread it. Go on to sub-area 2. There I can see your point about shielding, because we do have forestry, which comes into play in terms of actual visibility. And there we can see, you see mainly Glenshero. There's no visibility of Stroh Leg by itself, and there's some shared visibility of Stroh Leg towards the western end and the southern part of the area, correct?
That's correct.
But again, bearing in mind the shielding afforded by forestry in sub-area 2, which the reporter can see for himself on the ground, I'd suggest that the geographical extent of visibility of Glenshero within the sub-area is not great.
No, I don't agree with that. There is some shielding by forestry, but in that area less so than in sub-area 3. It's not as heavily forested. You do get clear views right through Glenshero, and we did also ascertain that there was visibility from the Strath floor and the minor road between Lagan and Garver Moor in sub area 2, and of course around the Garver Bridge area. So I don't accept that there is a huge amount of screening by forestry in there.
All right, just while we're on the subject, you heard the evidence yesterday about that road from Sherramore, Garver Bridge, Sherrabeg, that road there.
Yes.
Are you more or less in agreement with Mr. Welch in terms of the degree of visibility from that road?
Well, I differ from Mr. Welsh in terms of what he's put in his inquiry report, because he ascertained that there was no visibility from that road. But he did acknowledge that there would be in his evidence yesterday. And yes, I have checked that, double checked it. I think we are in agreement that there would be visibility from that road, particularly between Sherramore and Garver Moor,
Yeah,
and then into the Garver Bridge area.
Okay, so to repeat my question, in terms of the evidence we heard yesterday, which is how I started my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Yes. Okay.
Don't worry, it's okay. I'm sure it's my fault. Are we now in agreement in terms of the extent of visibility? I don't mean effect and impact, but the extent of visibility along that road.
Well, I think we are. From memory, I understood that Mr. Welsh considered that there would be visibility on about 1.5 kilometres of road. I think that's what he said yesterday. Yeah. There's a high point as you drop down towards Garver Moor. But I think actually there probably would also be blade tips showing around Sherramore, that's near the Lodge House. That seems to be indicated on JW 18, I think it is, the ZTV. JW 24 is, I think, the tip height. Is 18 the... Sorry, I looked at the hub height ZTV so I could see what extent of visibility there could potentially be.
Well, I'm looking at JW24. Sorry, this is a small point which has grown into something I didn't expect. If you go to JW24, when you say around Sherramore, there is no tip height visibility shown around Sherramore, which includes the Garver Barracks, of course. No, it's not, it's the Garver Moor, my apologies. At Sherramore, not even tip height visibility there, is there?
So I've there is on JW24.
Yeah.
There is visibility shown on just on the road near the Spey Dam area.
All right. Well, the report says that in the field. I can't take it any further. It'll get very boring if we go on talking about that degree of detail, but thank you for that. Go though, would you, to JW11, please? That's in CD 1231.
JW11, is it?
11, that's it.
Yeah.
You've got hard copy, have you?
I have, yes.
That's cool.
And
I'm just
they're very, very useful at this scale, I must say.
Good. Have that out a bit. I'm not quite ready for that, in fact, yet. I want us to go through your two other sub areas on your inquiry report figure 1 first, and my apologies to those who are looking at all this electronically. We're still on the inquiry report. Sub area 3, which contains viewpoint 17. I think you said earlier that there, in this sub area, that forestry does come more into play in terms of shielding visibility of Glenshero. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And this, well, obviously we've got viewpoint 16 and viewpoint 11, but in the area of purple in between, which is shared visibility of Stronleg and Glenshero, forestry would be quite a factor there, wouldn't it?
Sorry, can you just repeat that? I was just
Yes,
looking
of course.
at, right,
Going
viewpoint 16, yeah.
Going southwest from viewpoint 11
Yes,
towards viewpoint 16,
yes,
there's an area of purple where I suggest
Yes.
that the forestry does play a part in shielding views.
yes, that's in Strathmashy, yes, and I have acknowledged that in my assessment.
The same would apply to the Glenshero only visibility, that is blue, to the east and southeast of viewpoint 11, until you get to the higher land approaching BP
Yes.
17.
Yes, yes, that's near the Wolf Tracks cycle area. But yes, in the more open Ardverically Hills, where viewpoint 17 sits in the middle of them largely, there would be extensive visibility.
That's one of the Gale Carns, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. BP
No,
17.
I don't think it is it?
Call it BP 17 anyway. Going to the south of sub-area 3, there we've got more open visibility, i.e. not constrained by forest because we get onto higher land above the forest. But
Yes.
in the southwest corner of sub-area 3, forestry comes into play again, doesn't it?
Southwest, yes.
Okay, I think we're fairly agreed there. So in terms of the geographical extent of visibility within sub-area 3, to the extent that's relevant, that's for the reporter, it's actually much more limited than would at first appear, isn't it?
Well, I have actually said that in my assessment, that
Yes.
There would be limitations because of the forest cover, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. In sub-area 4, which you covered this morning, I'll come on to that later actually, because I've got separate questions on sub-area 4. So we can put away your figure 1 map for the moment and turn, as I intended to earlier, to JW11, which for those looking electronically is electronic page 16 of CD 12.1. What I'm just testing here is the visibility of Stronleg from areas within the national park. Bearing in mind again what you say in your recognition at 2.3, I'd be right to say that Stronleg is visible from the following viewpoints within the park. I just want to test this. 6. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean Stronleg, not just Glenshero. 9.
Oh, right. You're talking about Stronleg
Yeah.
on its own.
No, Stronleg at all.
Right.
6. Agreed.
Yes.
9.
Well, theoretically, let's put it that way. I don't think there is visibility from there.
Oh, well, that's interesting. So would you note that difference of opinion there between the two witnesses? I can't take it any further. There's a difference for you to resolve in the field.
I have quite clearly said that in my assessment as well.
No, yes, I'm sure you have. We disagree with it. So that's why I'm bringing up the point. Number 12, which is obviously, that's fairly obvious, number 12, that sees both. 16.
Yes.
19.
Yes.
And 20.
20, I again couldn't see Stronleg when I went up that viewpoint.
But you also say in your inquiry report that may be because of weather conditions.
Yes, yes. But having said that, I could actually spot the Bewley Denny pylons, 4 of them that were about 35 kilometres away, some distance away. So I don't think it was just it wasn't my eyesight. I'm not sure the weather was that poor, actually.
You could pick out Beauty Denny at that distance as interesting. Okay, well, we'll come to that later in context of another viewpoint. But we have a difference at 20, or so if you can make a note that Mr. Welch said it wasn't so much at 20, but on the track leading to viewpoint 20 that you could keep your own leg. So
okay, I still didn't. I didn't spot it.
You didn't spot it. That's fine. Okay. So in fact, you can see, at least on our evidence, and frankly on yours as well, Strone leg from most of the selected viewpoints in the national park, can't you?
I haven't compared the numbers. I'm not going to agree as to whether it's most of them. And I think it's also important to consider not to consider it just on the basis of a ZTV, but to consider it on the ground as to what likely extent of visibility there would be. For example, viewpoints 9 and 20, theoretical visibility is shown on the ZTV, but on the visualizations, it really is just blade tips that are supposedly visible, and I couldn't pick those out when I was out on site. So it's I don't think it's a useful exercise just to look at the number of viewpoints where you see Strone leg from in the national park, and also accounting for the fact that these are representative viewpoints. They're not every viewpoint where you would see Glenshero within the park. There are a number of other views which there aren't representative visualizations from.
Accept that, but there are 2 points coming from that. Firstly, I'm simply cross-examining your evidence, and you say that Strone leg in precognition is barely visible, if at all, from the other sub-areas, hence my questions to you, and your answers take the reporter where they take him. And secondly, we'll leave that point there. It's getting too pernickety. What I want to go on now to do is to your inquiry report of paragraph 415, which is on page 9. And I want to get clear, one or two things clear in terms of the special qualities. So if it's possible for people also to have alongside them CD 536, which we've been to already, which is a list of special qualities at page 4, electronic page 14 of that document. The reason for my questions, Ms. Aniston, is that whereas in 415, you say, I have reviewed the description of SLQs and consider that the following apply to the study area, and there's a list. When it comes to your tables, you add in the left column to your list in 415. So I suppose my first question is, how do I read 415? Are you saying those are the key SLQs so far as this inquiry is concerned?
I think what I've done is I've taken the headline qualities, as it were, from the from CD. Sorry, I've forgotten the CD number of this.
Okay. 536.
536.
Yeah.
But there are, within the descriptions underneath, there are other aspects to the qualities that have been drawn out in the detailed assessment.
Well, I'm not sure that's right, is it? Because if you look at page 14, electronic page 14 of CD 536, a summary list of special qualities, and then the headlines are there: general qualities, mountains and plateaus. The qualities that come under those headlines are actually those you've listed in 415. They're not the headlines, those are the qualities. I'm not being critical necessarily. I want to be simply sure of your evidence, because 415, that list, is expanded upon within the tables of assessment that follow at electronic page, whatever it is, table 4.1. You do expand on them. So I want to be sure.
Mr. Trinnick, could I just pause everyone there, because we're just approaching 11 o'clock, and I did say that I would intervene. So once it turns to 11, I'll ask that you all have 2 minutes silence.
I can't hear you, sir.
Sorry, it's just approaching 11 o'clock.
Yes, right.
It just turned o'clock, so 2 minutes of silence, please. Okay, thank you. Oh, Mr. Trinnick, are you around? Okay, Mr. Trinnick, can I ask you to carry on, and perhaps in the next wee while, maybe identify a time that would be convenient for you to stop with regard to having a break in the morning, but I'll leave that with you for just now.
It'll be immediately after this particular topic, which will take about 3 or 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Trinnick.
Ms. Anderson, what we were looking at was the comparison between your IR15 and the your tables of assessment for the National Park, by reference also to electronic page 14 of the CD 536. Let me just give an example, maybe help you, and I should have done to begin with. If you go to your inquiry report at electronic page 12, we'll see in the left column for table 4.1, SLQs likely to be affected. Now, 3 of those out of 4 are listed in 4.15, but there's a 4th, dominance of natural landforms, which is not listed in 12.14. If you also go to table 4.2 at electronic page 15, we've got dramatic historical routes and focal cultural landmarks, and over the page, spirituality and dominance of natural landforms. I'm not critical for you, of you for saying what you want to say on the tables, but I just want to get clear if 4.15 is intended to indicate the particularly key SLQs, or what is the purpose of 4.15?
4.15, I think I have just taken the headlines in terms of the document, the description of SLQs, but it has been, I accept it has been supplemented in my tabular assessment, and Obviously, there have been additional sort of aspects to the qualities listed.
Oh, right. Well, okay. I know now to focus, I'm going to abandon 415 and focus on the tables. I think that's the best thing for me to do. Now, in terms, if we go to CD 536 at electronic page 14, then, just for the reporter's note, we can see the qualities which you assess and which, if you'll allow me to tell you, Mr. Welch assesses, rather than you have to go through all his documents. Under the heading General Qualities, the first Magnificent Mountains is not in play between, you don't list that, and nor does Mr. Welch. The second and third and fourth bullet points there, you both address.
Mm-hmm.
The fifth, you don't. The sixth, he doesn't, but you do.
Yes.
All right. And then in terms of mountains and plateaus, the first two, you don't. The third, he does, but you don't. It's a question mark, I guess. Correct?
Yes, and I'll explain why I didn't look at that. I think it's because it is clear from the description, not the bold headline, that is relating to the Cairngorms Plateau itself.
That's very fair. But I'll ask you a question about Mr. Welch's inclusion of it in a moment. And then we've got the fourth bullet point, surrounding hills, you both include. The last three, you don't. And I can see why you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Moorlands, Mr. Welch includes you don't, the first bullet point. Neither of you include the second, correct?
That's correct. And I didn't feel that it was in the area it was particularly extensive moorland. It was better expressed in other parts of the park. And also I've considered, I felt that there was a bit of an overlap with that particular quality and the juxtaposition of contrasting landscapes, because it mentions moorland, farmland, woodland, high tops. So I've tried to avoid double counting in my assessment, and this is why I discounted that particular quality.
Understood. Glens and straths we can strike through, trees, woods and forests we can strike through. In terms of wildlife and nature, Mr. Welch includes dominance of landforms. Well, now we know you do as well within your tables.
Mm-hmm.
Second, third and fourth bullet points don't come into play. Fifth bullet point, interestingly, Mr. Welch does include, you don't mention at all, wildness.
Well, it's not listed in 415, but I do consider qualities of wildness in terms of my assessment.
Well,
my assessment groups the SLQs broadly into scenic, cultural and wildness qualities.
Well, let me ask my question. Go to table 4, 1, 2 and 3, left column, which I'm entitled to rely on as identifying the SLQs likely to be affected. And I don't see wildness, the word wildness appear anywhere, whether singly or in a group. As a matter of fact, am I correct?
Sorry, which table?
Tables 4.1, 4.2 and 4.3.
No, you're not correct. The tables have been split, and that's where the grouping lies. On page 12, for example, the dominance of natural landforms, surrounding hills and their contribution to the wild, untamed appearance of the park, spirituality, beauty of the landscape, dominance of nature. Those are the groupings that relate to wildness, in my opinion, and that's why I have grouped them in that manner. And it's quite clear in my assessment that I am assessing effects on wildness, the experience of wildness.
Well, let me follow that through, because I'm not sure it is. First of all, you've told us that the reporter can't simply use the SLQs as described in CD 536, which is the SNH's own document describing the SLQs of the Cairngorm National Park. You've done some grouping or rephrasing all of your own without explaining why. That's correct, isn't it?
I think I do explain why. So that is not correct. I explain it in the introduction when I talk about grouping. I think it's in 4.17, paragraph 4.17 of my inquiry report. And I group them because it is actually suggested in the draft guidance in CD 5.30 that some of the special landscape qualities may benefit from being grouped, particularly where they are similar and they overlap. And I think there is a recognition in the guidance that some of the SLQs do overlap, and I have specifically tried to avoid double counting.
Yeah, so I'm still confused because the grouping carried out in CD 536 doesn't reflect your grouping in 417. This is your grouping. You may say it's in reliance on the guidance, but it is your grouping of SLQs. And if we look at electronic page 13, I think it is, and you refer in the left column to surrounding hills and their contribution to the wild, untamed appearance of the park. Well, I have to guess that that means wildness. You don't tell us. And in the third column, you don't actually assess anything to do with wildness, do you? That doesn't appear.
Right, which table are you talking about?
Table 4.1, second page. You refer me to the left column, surrounding hills and their contribution to the wild, untamed appearance. You asked me to read wildness into that. Spirituality, beauty of the landscape. You asked me to read wildness into that. And yet, even if I was able to second guess and say, well, that's what she means, you don't actually assess wildness in the third column at all, do you?
I think that's incorrect, unless we're reading from a different page. Page 12, it very clearly says that 6th sentence down, diminish the perception of wildness experienced from summits and high ridges. It quite clearly assesses wildness.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree, but you haven't.
And sorry, if I can just say,
of course, please.
Further down on page 12, in that third column, the right-hand column, towards the bottom, the proximity of the eastern group of turbines would significantly detract from the appreciation of wildness currently perceived in the wider landscape when looking west. It is quite clear that my assessment considers wildness in relation to those SLQs.
Yes, my difficulty is your identification of SLQs. I had thought that we could use the CD 536 as a pretty good guide to the SLQs being assessed. But I think the reporter needs to make a note that is not so, that you've done your own grouping, whether or not as advised in CD 530, I don't know, but you've done your own grouping of qualities, and therefore the phraseology you use it cannot be found reflected in the CD 536. That, as a matter of fact, is correct, isn't it?
No, I don't. I think what you're trying to do is to make it out that CD 5.30 doesn't advise grouping SLQs. It quite clearly does. And I think the reporter can see for himself that it does advise that in that guidance. And I have followed the guidance.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree there, and I remain a little puzzled, but I've had your answers, and I can't take that any further. At all events, it would seem that, well, I'm not sure I am sure now, but I thought I was, that Mr. Welch lists a number of SLQs that you don't. And I'm not sure whether to include wildness in that now or not. But would you agree he's taken an appropriately cautious and robust approach to the SLQs in his assessment?
In terms of the selection of the SLQs, I think there's compatibility between our selection of SLQs. He hasn't specifically considered wildness because I suspect he perhaps considers because this corner of the park is not situated in a wildland area, there wouldn't be significant effects. I've considered wildness because you can experience wildness whether or not a landscape is defined as a WLA. So I'm not sure that I could wholeheartedly confirm that Mr. Welsh's selection of the SLQs is appropriate.
Well, let me take you to his inquiry report, which is CD 12.2 at, and I think it's electronic as well as real, page 69. And we're looking there at Glenshero.
Sorry, what page again?
69.
Please. 69.
I mean, tell me when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. I mean, there are 2 points come out of this, and I put them for whatever answer you give me, and then we'll move on. But what Mr. Welsh has done is, I think rightly, I suggest to you rightly, he's taken CD 536. He said, these are the special qualities I take from that list provided by SNH, which I feel to be relevant in the left column. And he's quite rightly, in my view, replicated the special qualities as set out in CD 536, and then he's assessed them. First point. Second point, I'll put them both together. Yes, he does include wildness, doesn't he? You can see it there.
Yes, I think I'll qualify what I said. He may have listed them in the left-hand column, but I couldn't work out in the third column what the assessment actually related to in terms of each SLQ. It wasn't awfully clear. It seemed to be more a commentary about visibility, where you wouldn't see the wind farm largely, and to a degree where you would, but no analysis of what the effect would be on each of those SLQs.
Well, that's interesting. I'm not going to give Mr. Welch's evidence for him. He was not cross-examined on that particular point, i.e. we don't understand what your assessment does. We'll stand by his evidence, but the fact is he does deal with wildness. It says so and he deals with it. You may not.
Well, I'm not sure you could describe it as dealing with it, actually, Mr. Trinick, to be fair, because it's listed, but it's not assessed.
The opportunity was to cross-examine him yesterday on that. Let's go on now to sub-area 1, if we may. And if we go to your table 1 on electronic page 13, which is physical page 12, I think you and I are going by page numbers on paper, so it may help you if I give both references. No, we covered this point actually in relation to CD 1227 already. Go to electronic page, we're still on electronic page 13, actual physical page 12 now, in the third column. I guess we're going back to methodology to some extent, but it's a specific question I've got here. In the right column at the top, you reach a conclusion of a moderate, adverse and significant effect. Do I take it from your earlier answer that there's no specific magnitude of effect that you factor into that conclusion?
It's, yes, the magnitude is factored in, but it follows the guidance in that the draft guidance asks for, advises that effects would be considered on the SLQs, and that's what it does.
Okay, when you say the magnitude is factored in, you don't express the magnitude as such, do you?
No, I don't, no. But I do justify why I have come to that finding.
No, I can see your reasoning, and we can agree to disagree on the reasoning. But again, it's a question of comparability, and whether you're right or Mr. Welch is right is not for me to judge. But whereas he sets out his terms and uses them of sensitivity, susceptibility, value, sensitivity, and magnitude, you don't. So I can't tell from your evidence, can I, what level of magnitude to apply in trying to interrogate your conclusion of moderate, adverse, and significant. I can't do that, can I?
Not in terms of magnitude of change, but in terms of conventional LVIA, but in terms of the effects, which is what's required by the guidance, it's there.
All right, so you say, fine, take your answer. Sub-area 2. This is on actual page 13, electronic page 14. Garver Bridge, you, in description of the sub-area and recreational use, you say that viewpoint 10 lies within this sub-area. As a matter of fact, it may now be agreed, I don't know, that Garver Bridge viewpoint 10 is not within the national park. Is that correct?
I do understand that, yes.
But
it's very close.
Well, doubtless it's close, but it's not in. And the point I'm going to suggest to you is that it's not really appropriate to assess effects on the national park from viewpoints outside the park, precisely because the experience you get at Garver Bridge is not an experience from within the park. It's not appropriate to do that.
It's a representative viewpoint. There isn't a similar viewpoint that's been generated within the park. It's very, very close. I think it is appropriate to address that. It's at a key point. It's at the threshold, if you like, to that part of the park. And I feel it's appropriate to consider it as part of the assessment.
Right, well, agree to differ on that. Go to electronic page 14, real page 13 again, please, where you referred in the description of the sub-area and recreational use to the Beauty Denny 400 kV overhead transmission line. And then on page 14, in the right column, you refer to that again, to the clutter of infrastructure and the which presently influences views from Garver Bridge viewpoint 10. Would you agree? I mean, you told us you can see the Beauty Denny line at, how long was it? What's viewpoint 20? How far is that away? More than 20 kilometers, isn't it?
Oh, it was more than 30 kilometers.
30, heavens. It's quite a major landscape visual characteristic in this area when you're looking at it much closer, say at viewpoint 10, isn't it?
It is.
And were we to go to viewpoint 10, I'm not sure we need to because we went there yesterday. You can visualize viewpoint 10 at Garver Bridge and I can as well. I'd suggest to you that Beauty Denny overhead line, it provides some important existing context for views of Glenshero. You can't ignore the Beauty Denny line. It's a major feature in the view. Would you agree?
It depends on where you're standing, but it can be a major feature in the view. Does depend on how low it is in terms of its backcloth, all sorts of factors. But it is, yes, it is a notable feature.
All right, and I've just been reminded by our group WhatsApp that I haven't said now is a good time for a break. I apologise, sir. Let's have a break.
I didn't want to break you in full swing there, but I was looking for a break at some point. Mr. Trinick. So if you're happy to break just now, I would say that we break for 15 or just over 15 minutes.
Excellent.
Could I just ask, as a matter of timing, how long, without holding Mr. Trinick to it, how long he thinks he's got to go? As we've, I think we've been about an hour.
I'd say we were no more than 15 minutes out from the end.
Grateful. That's what I would have.
So we're all happy to return at 11:40.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Okay, I see people starting to reappear after our break. Mr. Finley's there. I think we're all in view now. Mr. Trek, I'll hand back over to you. You said you'd be around about 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, so don't think it'll be more than that. Just 2 points to cover. The first, Ms. Anderson, takes us to your table 4.4, which is on electronic, I think starts at electronic page 18. This is the sub-area for Upper Glenshero and the Southern Hills. You won't actually need your inquiry report for this question. What you will need in front of you is JW24, which is within CD 12.3. I think it's 12.3.2, unless I am going to be corrected. Yeah, I think it's 12.3.2. Tell me when you're there.
Is it JW24? Yes.
That's the one.
Okay, great. I'm there.
Are you there, sir?
Yep.
Just a couple of points. We're going to have to agree to disagree on impacts. But I think when you gave evidence in chief, you said that from viewpoint 9 and 20, you can see, was it 16 turbines? I think, or various bits of 16 turbines from these points, roughly?
Roughly, yes.
Roughly will do for present purposes. If you look at JW24, acknowledging this is theoretical visibility, you can see where that visibility is, somewhere between 1 to 8 turbines and up to about 32 turbines in places. You gave evidence in chief earlier about the impacts of the development in the in the strath below. You've got the A9, you've got Dalwhinnie, you've got various bits and pieces we know about the Beauly Denny line, and that you lose the sense of those fairly quickly as you move back. My suggestion based on the ZTV is that yes, you may well lose the sense of what's happening down below as you move back, but you also lose the visibility of Glenshero as you move back. Once you get beyond that sort of ridge line in the hills, you lose visibility.
Are you meaning visibility in the terms of distance or the number of turbines visible?
No, I mean visibility full stop of Glenshero. You can see that once you go southeast of viewpoint 20, once you go southeast of viewpoint 9, once you get once you go southeast generally, you lose that visibility. And my suggestion is there is a coincidence between your loss of sense of the disturbance of the A9 corridor and loss of visibility of Glenshero.
That's correct to a degree, except that you're losing that sense of the A9 when you're getting up to the upper hills and the summit to the northwest of those viewpoints too.
Well, that had a point of disagreement between you and Mr. Welch, because his evidence is that from those viewpoints and from the areas of visibility to the west and to the north of those viewpoints, you are subjected to what's happening in the A9 corridor, including specifically, he says, noise from the A9. Would you agree?
No, I don't agree with that. For example, viewpoint 9, the accepted route or the most common route up to viewpoint 9 is through a glen. Yes, it is next to hydro development, which is a bit unsightly, but as soon as you get into the areas of visibility of Glenshero, you're on the upper slopes and summit area, the plateau summit, and it has in my opinion, I believe it would have quite a startling effect from that area. And you, in those areas, you do not readily appreciate the infrastructure, certainly don't hear noise, you don't appreciate movement from the A9.
Well, point of disagreement with you, Mr. Welch. I can't take that further. The reporter will have a note of where that disagreement is for his evaluation. Could you go to CD 1226, please? It's only a brief point, I hope. Haven't really got there.
Can you remind me what 1226 is?
It's the
please?
comparison of assessments that...
Ah, right, yes, that's not on my USB stick. Yes, I've got that.
We can see clearly where you find significant effects, acknowledging, and I'm not making this point again, we don't know how you define this nevertheless, and where Mr. Welch does find significant effects, and we can see you find many more than he does. That's no great surprise. But in terms of geographical extent of the impacts that you find, that would be a relevance to the reporter, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And in terms of that geographical extent, we find the highest level of effects in sub-area 3, Ardveriki. And I'd be right in saying from my earlier examination that sub-area 3, I think, where the geographical extent of the effects is most limited by features such as forestry. That's correct, isn't it?
It's correct, but I'm not sure it's that straightforward to work it out on the number of SLQs. These are listed in the left-hand part of the table, because in some instances I have grouped or sought to not duplicate SLQs, but I think in general, I think it would be fair to say that the most significant effects in terms of the SLQs is in sub-area 3.
Well, yes, my point wasn't really that. It was that is the area where the geographical extent of those impacts, if you're right, in assessing them as you do, is most limited by forestry and maybe other things, but definitely by forestry. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, in comparison with the other sub-areas, remembering that quite a few of the sub-areas do not have very little forestry in them, it is the most forested, and there is a considerable amount of screening from lower viewpoints. But that is not to say that those effects are any the less because of that. It's really affecting the small hills in the Ardveriki area, which have open tops, and they would be very significantly affected in terms of the special landscape qualities experienced from those hilltops, yes.
All right. The reason I put the point as I have is it takes us to my final point, which is that ultimately what you say and what Mr. Welch says, however that is evaluated by the reporter, goes into the planning mix where you lose interest, it's not your topic, someone else does that. And he will look at SPP 212, which you're familiar with within SPP. He will ask himself if the objectives of designation and the overall integrity of the area will be compromised. And in some form, and there'll be debate about how SPP 212 works, whether any significant effects on the qualities outweighed by benefits of national importance. And that's what he has to look at. Now, if you go to your precognition of paragraph 4.5, you tell us on page 5, sorry for those at CD, at CD 15.2, you tell us, as you told us earlier today, you have not considered the issue of integrity in your evidence. You've simply concluded significant adverse effects would occur on some of the SLQs in the western part of the national park. And then you say, Nature Scott, the Highland Council and CNPA consider the proposal to compromise the objectives of integrity, thereby failing the first part of SPP 212 test. And you refer to the policy hearing statement. Well, my difficulty is, and I suggest the reporter's difficulty is, that while you do tell us about effects on certain qualities, you don't do what Mr. Welch does and pull it all together under the heading of so what? You don't tell us what that means in your view in terms of the integrity of the park, the objectives of the park, the special qualities overall of the park. Who else is going to give that evidence, Miss Anderson, except for you, because only you give the landscape and visual evidence, the evidence on special qualities. Who else can do this?
Well, that evidence will be addressed by Simon Brooks and Nina Caudry from the National Park in the policy hearing sessions. And I've been quite clear about that it's addressed in the policy hearing statement.
Yeah, but my point to you is that they can't do that, because whether or not there is an adverse effect on the integrity of the park, whether the geographical extent and qualities, and it's not just about geographical extent, but the intensity, the quality, the degree of effect on special qualities amounts to an overall impact on the special qualities of the park. Only you can conclude on that, because only you have given the relevant evidence. They can't reach that conclusion, can they?
No, I don't agree. My evidence is on the effects of the special landscape qualities in a study area that covers the southwestern part of the park. That is my evidence. The park and Nature Scott have considered effects on those special landscape qualities and made the decision to object to this proposal. My remit was to provide more detail on the specific effects on the special landscape qualities.
Well, not quite. Your role at this inquiry.
So I'm slightly concerned about this because it's, Paul's jumping in earlier, but Mr. Trinick can by all means say in his closing submissions that this is what Miss Anderson should have done, but it's not for Miss Anderson to comment on what others can and cannot do. She, in her 4.5, made it clear what she hasn't done. She's signposted, lest there be any doubt, where the park and Nature Scott and the Highland Council consider the evidence is given on the subject. If that is defective in your viewpoint, well, so be it. But with respect, it's not for Miss Anderson to be asked to say that other people can't give the evidence they've already given. That's outside her remit and is frankly an unfair question. And Mr. Trinick's point, as I reiterate, is a point that he can, I'm not objecting to the point being taken, and he's telegraphed it for his closing submissions. But I just think it's an unfair point for Miss Anderson to be pursued on.
Well, firstly, I am signposting very clearly for my closing submissions. I'm also signposting for the policy hearing session that, in our view, none of the witnesses in that session is going to be able to give the view that Mr. Welch has given on the basis of his evidence that I would have expected Carol Anderson to give. If the point is now clear, I'll leave it there and we'll deal with it in the policy hearing session. That's fair enough. I think you have my point, sir, very clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Trent. Do you have any further questions?
No, I don't, sir, but I want to ask one more question on this, and I think it's fair to ask it.
Yes.
If you're seeking to reach a view on the impact on the integrity of the park or on the objectives of designation, then since the evidence of Nature Scott, since the case for Nature Scott is, for whom you don't act for CNPA, is wholly based on your appreciation of impacts on special qualities, how are they to take that evidence, in your view, in your expert view, how are they to take that evidence and reach a conclusion on integrity? I suggest only you can.
No, I don't believe that. I think they are eminently capable of and to do that, given looking at the whole of the park, looking at the policies of the park, reasons for designation, etc. It's looking at the whole picture, and my remit has been to look at the special landscape qualities in a given study area, not to consider the integrity of the park, which I think quite rightly has to be considered by the park and Nature Scott themselves.
Very well, so I think you now have my point in full, and that is the end of my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Trinick. Mr. Gordon, do you have any questions? So that's no questions from Mr. Gordon. I have just a couple of questions, one of which actually relates to Mr. Trinick's final point, I'm afraid, Mr. Finlay, but I will ask it. But first of all, just a quick question with regard to your understanding of the status of the guidance, that's CD 530, the guidance for assessment. I think I've read somewhere that it's not in the public domain, or it's not published, but it was given to the applicant.
You've broken up there as far.
So
I got a message that my link was unstable appearing on my screen. Can you hear me now?
yes.
Good. I have no message on the screen, so that's good. Your understanding of the status of the guidance CD 530, is it in the public domain? Is it a published document? I think I've read somewhere that it was given to the applicant for their assessment. It was just if you had a view on that.
I understand, sir, that it's not published yet, and I have no idea when it will be published, but it was given to the applicant as a draft. And
in your view, is that a draft that has been used by you and other landscape architects in the past? Is that an unusual thing to happen?
No, it's not unusual. In fact, I used it, or a previous version of it, for the Dullator Wind Farm inquiry that took place, I hate to think how long ago, maybe 3 years ago. So I did do an assessment of effects on a national scenic area based on a version of that guidance. So it isn't unusual to work to draft guidance in that manner.
Okay, well, I might follow that up again at the policy hearing because it is possibly a policy question. But just on the matter of integrity, because these were my pre-prepared questions that I've stroked a couple of them out now. But do you regard Mr. Welch's assessment when he went on to make an assessment on the integrity of the park. Do you consider that to be the role of a landscape architect? And was he correct in doing that?
I think it can be if you're looking at integrity principally to known sort of landscape characteristics or features or whatever. But I think in the case of a national park, I think there's more to it than that. You do need to consider reasons for designation, policy matters, which I don't feel that I am, as a landscape architect, that I am qualified to address in considering integrity.
Yeah. Okay, I think in Mr. Welsh's inquiry report, you might want to go to it.
So we're losing you.
Okay, I'll try and speak up, but I think my internet connection for some reason is coming in and out. I've had a message from Graham, but I don't know if shouting will help, but I will try. Inquiry report from Mr. Welsh, I think electronic page 35, paragraph 6.43, he describes the expression of the overall integrity of the park refers to the special qualities. So, and there's a number of paragraphs relating to that. So it's just really a question for you, whether you feel that the overall integrity of the park really does refer to those special qualities. Do you disagree with what he says in that passage in his inquiry report, paragraph 6.43? Electronic page 35.
Yes, I can see it. I'm not absolutely quite certain what Mr. Welsh means by that. I think what he's getting at is that, I mean, obviously the special qualities are repeated across the park. I don't think it's possible to just count up the number of qualities that would be affected and subtract that from the total listed qualities, which I think we did discuss in cross-examination of Mr. Welsh yesterday, because there is some overlap between those special qualities. In terms of the overall integrity, I mean, the special qualities do contribute to the integrity of the park. They are repeated in many parts of the park. So I suspect you could kind of say that they are perhaps unifying features of the park.
Perhaps then.
Sure, I think there's a bit more to it. I think there's a bit more to it than that, though.
If I take you to paragraph 6.44, then the first sentence there, it starts up in other words. Would you agree with that sentence in your view?
Yes, sorry, I couldn't quite hear you, sir. Did you mean the second sentence, if the special qualities are?
The first sentence. Sorry.
The first sentence. Yes, I think that is fair. Yes, yes, the overall special qualities, the kind of strength of those perhaps do contribute to the intactness of the park's landscape.
And I think the point that you were probably making was that it could well be a landscape architect or a policy planner or a decision maker who can make those judgments. You're not arguing that it should be an expert in the field in terms of a landscape architect that has to carry out that assessment.
That's correct, sir, yes.
Right, well, I think my other questions have been addressed, so I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Finlay, in re-examination, would you like to how long do you think you will be for questions?
10 minutes, so I'm happy to go straight into that if that's acceptable to you, and then we could have a break while Mr. Dahl and Ms. Anderson swap over.
That sounds like a good plan. Mr. Finlay, over to you. Just
on those, on the reporter's last 2 points, Ms. Anderson, firstly on CD 530, the draft nature of it, do you understand, did either you or do you understand Mr. Welsh had any difficulty in applying that as the appropriate document?
Not to my understanding, no.
So in terms of an assessment process, you've both worked to the same document. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. And I think we've both taken similar approaches in relation to that guidance. For example, there's a part of the guidance which addresses sort of mitigation. And I think it's meant to be used where a development is more tentative, perhaps in early stages of the proposal. It's not a committed development as such. And I think we've both taken the approach that that is not applicable in this instance, because we have an application stage development.
Then moving on to the reporter's second question, in your first answer you contrasted different types of area where you may or may not form a view as to integrity. So I was going to suggest to you, or put the example of a special landscape area, which you haven't been asked to consider in this case, but is impact on integrity of a special landscape area something that you would consider a landscape architect might do?
I think it could be, unless there are specific policies in relation to that special landscape area. But in my experience, policy in relation to a special landscape area is more closely aligned to the specific characteristics and special qualities of that designated area. So it is a bit more straightforward. It doesn't have a sort of another level of policy and reasons for designation that a national park might have, or does have, I should say.
And then the reporter took you to paragraph 644, the question of intactness of the park's landscape. And going to it yesterday, you recall I took Mr. Welsh to I think SNH document, paragraph A10, or A20, which gave a definition of or an approach to integrity, which had been picked up by the reporter in the Catholic case. Is that you've been asked to consider, or if you haven't been asked to consider, I can't take that any further with you.
I have looked at that, and I agree that significant effects on special landscape qualities, you know, and if they're occurring and they are, you know, affecting part of the park, I can consider that, you know, the integrity of the park could as a whole be affected, but I haven't made that judgment in my assessment.
And lastly on this point, if one moves to the second sentence of 64 of Mr. Welsh's evidence, he introduces there the concept of unacceptability, about some discussion yesterday. But do you consider it's any part of your job as a landscape architect to reach a view on acceptability? No, not my role. And indeed, I think if one goes back to paragraph 5. I mean, just really for the reporter's note, paragraph 5.2, where Mr. Welsh sets out the scope of his inquiry report, the concept of acceptability is integral to the question that he's posed there. That's paragraph 5.2, first bullet point, which is his overall issue that he's addressed. I will assume that your same answer as to acceptability or unacceptability applies to that as well.
Yes, I think it's difficult for a landscape architect who's considering effects on special landscape qualities to decide what is unacceptable and what is acceptable.
You can move off the reporter's questions to Mr. Trinix now, and I've got essentially 3 points. CD 1226 is the useful comparison table that Mr. Welsh has produced, where he's contrasted his sub-areas and your sub-areas, and you've had green for not significant, red shading appears more orangey in my document is significant. First of all, and this comes out of Mr. Trinix's cross-examination, when you look at, he's found, for instance, in sub-area 2, Space South, a medium impact. Is that, and is that or is that not broadly equivalent to your moderate impact?
Yes, it is.
And that's in terms of a major impact, I think Mr. Trinick had taken you to Mr. Welsh's Annex 2 to try and get some gradation on major, moderate, low and negligible. Is there any significant, I want to ask the question much more directly, is there any significant difference between your gradation of assessed medium and moderate in any with Mr. Welsh's?
I don't think there is any difference. The difference is that I have, obviously from this table, you can see that I've concluded that there would be major significant effects on SLQs in my sub-area 3, whereas Mr. Welsh considers that the effects would be less severe than that, in considering them to be medium.
Grateful. Now, take up JW11.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Sorry, of course, JW11, which is one of the larger scale plans. You may have it in larger scale of CD. Is it 12.3? CD 12.3. Just give me a moment. I'm just. Mr. Trinnick was asking you questions about extent of visibility in the various sub-areas that you'd identified, indicating there are locations within those sub-areas or areas ground where even the ZDV exaggerates what is visible because it's well known that ZTV is theoretical visibility and may be impacted by forestry. When you're assessing impact of on the special qualities of a park, is it simply an exercise of identifying what proportion of an area or sub-area, study area that you're using is visibly affected by Glenshero, or is it a question of looking at the particular importance of which areas are and which areas aren't affected by Glenshero? How do you go about that assessment process?
Mr. Fenley, you've suggested the answer. Well,
yeah, no,
an open question would have been better.
I completely agree, and I realised I was falling into that trap when I said it. Perhaps let me rephrase that question, Sanderson. Are all parts of the park equal in terms of whether they're visible or not? In terms of the impact on special qualities?
No, they're not all equal. I think the experience of special landscape qualities is stronger in some areas than others. You can experience a number of SLQs in some areas and more limited SLQs in others. So you need to consider that in the mix, along with the extent of visibility as well.
And then the last question I want to ask you about, in terms of just taking it your sub area by sub area, but which you'll, whether by reference to JW11 or otherwise, in terms of the increase of visibility of wind turbines just over the border that Glenshero will add to strong leg, how important is how important is the impact of adding Glenshero to the impact of visibility of wind turbines in that direction from the park?
I'm not sure I'm clear about the question. When you say over the border, you mean within the park?
Yeah, so that looking at, for instance, your sub-area 1, one can see, I just use figure JW11 because it's a very clear indication of where you can see just Glenshero and where you can see Glenshero and strong leg. So if you look at sub-area 1, how significant is the increased extent of exposure within the park when you add Glenshero?
Well, I think it is significant, but as I explained to Mr. Trinick, I think there are dangers with just looking purely at a ZTV on a plan. You need to also consider the degree of visibility on the ground, i.e. the extent and number of the turbines that you would see, horizontal and vertical extent. And I think in terms of that, considering that in the round, I think it is really significant in this corner of the park, the addition of Glenshero, because I think Strone Leg is much less visible, if visible at all, in a lot of that area.
Thank you very much, Ms. Benson. That's very helpful. No doubt we'll see you again on Wildland in inquiry section 2. So those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Can I just check that my sound is better now? I've put on my headphones. Does that sound better or much the same or worse? Seems to indicate it's better.
It's coming in, going, sir. It's coming and going. We lost you there again, just a moment.
How about this now? I've taken my headphones off. Can you all still hear me?
Better.
Yes, better. Okay, well, that was Graham's suggestion.
That is much better, sir. That is much better.
I noticed that, Mr. Finlay, you were coming in and out a little bit when you were speaking, but hopefully that will all be resolved after lunch. I plan to stop for a lunch break now, given that we're 20 past 12. and we plan to return at 1:20, and we'll hear from Mr. Dowell as the next witness at 1:20. Is there any other matters before we break for lunch that anyone wants to raise?
No.
Okay, 1:20, we'll see you back on the screen. Thank you. Okay, that's 20 past. When we said we would return, I'm seeing Mr. Gordon, Mr. Finlay. Now. And Mr. Trinick. We're not expecting anyone else, I think, so if we're all happy to start, Mr. Finlay, can I just hand over to you?
Thank you, sir. If I can introduce Mr. Roddy Dahl to the inquiry. His qualifications, involvement and experience of Glenshero is set out in the report, and importantly, he was the case officer under Highland Council's scheme of delegation for this application. Is that correct, Mr. Dahl?
That's correct.
Thank you. Just a number of preliminary matters. You've produced some errata documents, and you've produced revised versions both of your report and the report of handling. And so, subject to any points you wish to make, I wasn't going to ask, because Mr. Dahl's produced those documents, I wasn't going to ask him to talk through them. I think the changes are fairly self-explanatory, unless you wish me to do otherwise. Grateful. There's one correction in your precognition, which is CD 13.2. And it's paragraph 16, I think. That, and perhaps you could explain that, Mr. Dahl. I think it's in the same vein as some of the errata in your report.
Yes, that's correct. It's really following on from the points raised earlier. In paragraph 16, like you say, CD 13.2, it makes reference to Robert Baines-Fair not considering viewpoint 15 to have significant effects. This is incorrect. Whilst they have understated the effects in the comparison compared to my assessment, the applicant did concede there were significant effects from viewpoint 15.
So that's the last sentence of paragraph 16 needs to be corrected to acknowledge that Mr. Baines-Fair did acknowledge a significant impact from viewpoint 15 in the EIAR, but not to the level that you found. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we can, as with Ms. Anderson's further errata, we'll have that circulated on an email, just so that that's recorded. But I wasn't going to, unless you wish me to do so, provide an amended copy of the precognition.
Well, just recording it for all the parties in an email is okay with me, so long as all the other parties are happy with that. Yep.
Thank you very much. Then, second subject, Mr. Trinick raised the issue yesterday that Mr. Welsh felt that the boundary of this is to do with the Highland Council supplementary guidance, which needn't turn to it, CD 4.6. That this site fell within area LN3 and not area LN6, whereas Mr. Gordon, I think, interjected and thought that the boundary line was a fence line. I'm not getting into the, sorry, Dr. Gordon suggested that. Don't want to, there was no comeback on that, but just without going to the documents, Mr. Dahl, in case it's a concern to Mr. Trinick, where do you think the boundary lies with respect to Glenshero? Is it all in LN6, as you've suggested, I think, in your report, or having looked at it now, do you wish to alter that?
I think having looked at it, having it been raised by Mr. Welch and Mr. Trinick yesterday, I would still think that the northern portion of the Glenshero site is within LN6, but there may be some portion of the southern part of the site that is perhaps within LN3. The problem is on, I think, electronic page 40, the map that's shown, given the scale, it's quite hard to make a definitive judgment on that. But having looked at it yesterday, it does appear that the turbines, certainly, as far as I could see, were located in LN6.
And then, just in case the matter goes further, I think Mr. Baines-Fair in his report, in a part that I believe Mr. Welsh adopted, addressed himself to paragraph 534 of the summary. It's in Mr. Bainsfair's report, so for your note at 2.2.8, where he set it out in full. And he doesn't suggest it's inapplicable because of whether it falls within LN3 or LN6. And just to have your confirmation, Mr. Dahl, do you consider the guidance in paragraph 534 still applicable?
Yes.
Thank you. Then what I want to do for the remainder of your evidence in chief is to look at 4 viewpoints in turn, and by way of picking up differences between you and Mr. Welsh. And first of all, viewpoint 1, Neil Ferveney, and I think for that, if we can go to CD 1.4 and its figures 4.8 onwards, and I'll let you lead the inquiry as to which figures you want to look at and make your points with respect to them, please, Mr. Dahl.
Yes, I'll just bring up those details just now, if you bear with me. Yes, okay. Apologies for the delay there. Yeah, so this review is not exhaustive, and it's focusing on the VPs referenced in, as Mr. Findlay mentioned earlier on. It's really to give an overview. So starting with VP1 at Milferveney, if you just want to make your way through the relevant documents, as you can see on the first one, so as I think you've got a note of the documents, figure 4.8H to figure 4.80. So this is a viewpoint looking across Loch Ness to the southeast at approximately 22 kilometres. You've got a you've got a really good mix of various receptors at Milferveney and at the higher viewpoint, and lower down at the Great Glen Way as well. So given that people are going out there to experience the views, they're considered to have high sensitivity. So as you can see from the documents, there are expansive views from the south and east to the Monolith and the Cairngorm Mountains, which is referenced within the Special Landscape Area designation. So whilst you can see that the Glenshero proposal won't create a focal point or be a particularly dominant feature, it will expand the horizontal spread of turbines and cumulative effects and overspill out with the contained bowl. So the effect will draw the eye to the western array, as you can see from the documents. So from my analysis, it was considered there was a discernible alteration to one of the key characteristics of the baseline, whilst it was acknowledged that the underlying view composition would be broadly consistent. So that the magnitude of impact has been underplayed by the applicant at this viewpoint. So that's a combination of slight and moderate, and therefore it's considered there is a significant effect. Sorry, James, I think you're on mute.
You're right, I'm on mute. Just to tie in with the point that you made elsewhere in your recognition about the mitigation from strong lag, you picked that up in your recognition, but in terms of this Milferveney was one of the viewpoints on which the Highland Council sought mitigation in respect of strong lag and achieved it. And to what extent do you consider that Glenshero would undo that mitigation?
Yes, that's correct. So as part of the Minister's decision, he identified sensitivities, including the extension of the wind farm development beyond the contained bowl, encirclement of the park and impacts on wildland areas. So it's effectively provided a guidance threshold beyond Stronelairg for what would be considered acceptable development. And I think the Minister went on to make a quote as well. I don't know if it's worth noting.
I think we've been to his report, so I'm sure Mr. Trinick will take you back to it if necessary, but we were in his report yesterday, and if the reporter wishes to be reminded of that, no doubt he will ask you. But for the purposes of your examination in chief, is that all you want to say about viewpoint 1 at this stage?
I think viewpoint 1, Milfarvany, it's a popular location. No doubt Mr. Trinick can go over the viewpoints in more details in terms of the methodology. So it's certainly got a high sensitivity in terms of the people that are experiencing the views across the Great Glen. It's, you know, it can be described as a kind of definitive highland landscape, and it's got quite a mixture of people experiencing those views. There's a mixture of recreational walkers, say, that can go up to Milfarvany. There's a mixture of more experienced walkers that are perhaps taking in the views from the Great Glen Way that are maybe doing a longer trip. And on top of that, it's quite a popular tourist spot for tourists that are travelling along the shore of Loch Ness, because it's quite an easy spot to stay at the Binloyd car park to get photos across the loch to the Monolith Mountains beyond.
Thank you. Now, if we move on then to viewpoint 7, which I think is the next, the second of the 4 viewpoints I want to look at, that's figure 4.14. And if we start, I think, at F, which is the location point for the Highland Council visualization. So that's figure 4.14F. And this is one of the Geel charns. Again, if you'd like to point out any particular features that you would ask the reporter to have regard to from this viewpoint, bearing in mind the evidence of Mr. Welsh. Mr. Bainsford.
Sorry, could you just repeat the CD number again there?
Yes, it's CD 1.4, and it's figures, my apologies, is it 4, viewpoint 7, and I think it's 4.14.
4.14, yes. Yes, so yeah, this is the Gaelcarn Ardderky forest, looking north, as you can see from the 4.14F there. If you go on to the following one, 4.14G, like I say, you're looking north at approximately 17 kilometres. To the north, the topography descends into a settled strath landscape with Stronelairg and Corrygarth wind farms visible in the distance. If you move on to the following one, H, you can see the photo montage with the proposed development and consented Stronelairg development to give you an idea of the effects of Stronelairg within that. So moving on to 4.14J, you can see the Gaelcarn summit is within a wild land area. Therefore, there's a significant increased sensitivity for receptors experiencing the view. The proposed development will infill between defined wind farms and will dominate the transitional area between the upland glen and rolling uplands. This has the effect of undermining the mitigation and design concept of Stronelairg and Dell, as mentioned previously, for the upland contained bowl. So if you move on to figure 4.14J and M to give you a final overview of this particular viewpoint. So as you can see, there's the detrimental cumulative visual effects when it's viewed from the upland location. And this gives an idea of what the upland locations are like in the northeastern portion of Wildland Area 14. Whilst the eastern array is relatively contained, the western array can generally be seen to flow into the foreground from the rolling uplands towards the upland glens. Therefore, the effect of the turbines being contained by the landscape is reduced. This proposal would increase the vertical extent of turbines visibility combined with an increase in horizontal extent of visibility, adding to prominence of the existing developments. And you can see there are some examples of stacking effects, albeit in the overall scheme of things, due to the sequential view, it's not that big an issue. So in terms of magnitude of impact and effect on visual receptors, I've assessed this as having been underplayed by the applicant at this viewpoint. So there's a combination of substantial and major, therefore combining to create significant effects from viewpoint 7. Sorry, you're on mute again.
My apologies, I did that noise here. If we move on to your third viewpoint, viewpoint 8, which is Ben Alder, which are the next figures. And if we go to the Highland Council visualizations, they start at 415F.
Yeah, so we're looking north here from the summit of Ben Alder, one of the most remote plateaus, Munros, that you can find within the Highlands. The viewpoint's looking across in a northerly direction at approximately 27 kilometres. Again, this is within a wildland area, therefore there's an increased sensitivity to receptors. If you go on to the second one, 4.15H, you can see the photo montage there showing the proposed development and Stronelairg development. So to the north, the landform falls to the valley and Loch Patrick below. It's visible in the low-lying middle ground of view, along with the meandering route of the River Patrick associated with the loch. So there are small areas of forestry, as you can see, located at the foothills above the loch. And if you move on, you can see the wire line of the existing view, and then on to 4.15J. And finishing off with 4.15K. So as you can see from this one, there's various other wind farm development within the view. There's a mixture of Stronelairg, Dunnaglass, Corrigarth and Millennium wind farms are present, all within the view to the northwest. Much like viewpoint 7, the proposed development will create infill between defined groups of wind farms. There will be detrimental cumulative visual effects again, with the proposed development perceived as an intensification of the existing turbines when viewed from upland locations above the western shore of Loch Erith. The majority of the western array is relatively hidden from view, again, much like viewpoint 7 noted earlier. Blade tips will be seen above the ridgeline and the eastern array will be in the foreground. Again, to some extent, there's stacking effects with Dell and Stronelairg wind farm, but again, given the sequential view, it's not such an issue. Again, it's considered substantial change to the baseline conditions when seen with other wind farm development. The magnitude of impact and effect on the visual receptor, again, has been underplayed by the applicant at this viewpoint, with a combination of substantial and major, therefore giving a significant effect.
The last viewpoint I want to look at is viewpoint 15, which is come here, and the figures for that is figures 4.22.
Okay, starting off with H, it's a summit outlook from part of the Craigmeggy range and contains panoramic views to the north across the mountainous landscape. So a bit of variation with this one, not as far set back compared to other viewpoints I've reviewed, and this one is sitting at 9 kilometers. So if you move through the viewpoints, you can see consented Strone layer development on 4.22J. So the topography descends into the Spey Valley with forestry plantations seen on the lower slopes there. The proposed development would extend across a large proportion of the field of vision and bring turbines closer into view, again with a mixture of combinations of Strone layer, Corrigar, Dunmaglass and Aberarder wind farms in the distance. The Carnlea summit is within a wildland area. Again, there's an increased sensitivity for receptors experiencing the view. So if you move on to the next one, you can see the existing view with the wireline overlay. So again, like viewpoint 7, receptors will see the proposed development introducing additional turbines that appear to flow out with the landscape from the rolling uplands towards the upland glens. And you can see the eastern and the western array are quite well defined as 2 separate arrays from this particular viewpoint. The vertical extent and turbine visibility is increased, and you have from this viewpoint as well, you've got a combination of both vertical extent increased along with the horizontal extent of visibility increasing. So if you move on to the final few viewpoints to see the various compositions showing the existing wind farms with the proposed Glenshero, you can see that they'll create infill between defined groups of wind farms. So the development will tend to dominate the transitional area between the upland glen landscape and again the rolling uplands. It'll reduce the legibility of the landscape and undermine the mitigation and design concept of Strone layer, which was to be contained within the upland bowl landscape. Whilst the applicant conceded there would be significant effects from this particular viewpoint, again, it's considered they've been understated and that the magnitude of change and effect in visual receptor, which differed from my conclusion of substantial and major with significant effects again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dahl. Just one question. Obviously, the visualizations you've been looking at don't include the removal of the 4 turbines that is part of proposed scheme alternative B. I don't want you to go through each one again, but just dealing with them globally, would the removal of those 4 turbines make any significant difference to any of the points you've made in respect to those 4 viewpoints?
Not with respect to these 4 viewpoints. To give an overview of the overspill from the contained bowl, the removal of the 4 turbines would have more of an effect going into the Glenroy area from the south, where they'll be more noticeably taken out of the views down there, particularly views 4 and 5. However, it's not changed my overriding assessment that there's still substantial and major effects from both viewpoint 4, 5. I'm trying to think of what other ones as well. Number 10, viewpoint 10, Garver Bridge. So it does have more of an effect to the south, but not enough to change my initial assessment.
Thank you very much. I think those are all the points I wish to make in chief, and no doubt Mr. Trinick will have some questions for you.
Mr. Craig.
So can I just have a couple of minutes to adjust some papers here? I'll be with you.
I think, given I did indicate I would pause in between changes, I would say that we take a couple of minutes and join back in, let's say, 48 minutes past. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, we've had a few minutes, and we'll just wait to see if Mr. Trinick reappears, which he does, and for Mr. Dell. So we're all back, and Mr. Trinick, are you ready to ask your questions?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Dell. Mr. Dell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trinick.
If you tell us in your inquiry report, no need to go to it at 2.5, that you've visited all viewpoints apart from VP 22. When were these visits made?
I can get those details for you. It was generally throughout 2019 at various stages, either on my own or site visits with SNH at that time and Cairngorms National Park.
So you made these visits yourself as part of the assessment of the application?
That's correct.
Okay. I understand you're a keen mountaineer, aren't you?
Myself?
Yeah.
Not particularly, no, but given I had this application, I did go out on site to a number of these Munros that I wouldn't have necessarily gone to otherwise.
Well, we would like to help you bag Munros, so there we go. Just go to 517 in your inquiry report, please. This paragraph concerns the amendments made to the application by removing 4 turbines, and you say that they don't change your view that Glenshero will undo previous Stone layer mitigation. You do understand, don't you, that the changes were made, the 4 turbines were, as an alternative proposal before the reporter suggested they might be deleted because of wildland issues alone. That was the reason for the change. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In evidence in chief, you went to visualizations in CD14, which are the Highland Council style of visualizations. So nothing wrong with that, but I think we need to know 1 or 2 points, don't we, arising from that for the reporter's notes. That firstly, there's no cumulative information about Cloyk or Dell in those visualizations. Am I correct?
Correct with those, yes. It was really to show Stone Laird. There are further updated visualizations with Cloyk within that.
But we know where they are, but I'm just dealing with what you brought before the inquiry just now. There's nothing about Cloyk or Dell. Indeed, nothing about Stronleg, is there? Because it was under construction at that stage. You wouldn't see Stronleg as built, would you, in those images, as opposed to the images produced later for this inquiry? That's correct, isn't it?
That would be correct. However, they were the visualizations that I was obviously using when I was out on at the time.
And thirdly, when you went to, say, VP 15, and I'm going to check if you want, but at figure 422J, we can note, can't we, that the horizontal field of view available is 65.5 degrees. Do go and check if you want.
What figure was that? Sorry, Mr.
Figure, it's in CD14 at figure 422J.
Sorry, I don't doubt what you're saying, but just to double check myself.
Quite right to check. Never trust an advocate.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that. And of course, at the later image at 75 millimeters, it'd be less than 65 degrees, wouldn't it? 50 degrees about, I don't know what the exact figure is, but less than 65.
Yes, I think the idea with making reference to the 75mm visualizations, obviously they're to Highland Council standards, and that was the reasoning behind using them.
Absolutely fine, no criticism at all. It's just what the reporter needs to be aware of when he receives your evidence, because when you say that, I quoted your evidence, that the turbines would occupy a large percentage of the field of view, the reporter would, I'm sure we can agree, wish to bear in mind that the actual field of view available is more like 360 degrees, and the large percentage of the field of view is a large percentage of 65 degrees. As a matter of fact only, not asking for any further comment, that's correct, isn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat that question in terms of?
For someone standing at that viewpoint, you've got a 360 degree view. This is a question of fact only. I know the point you're trying to make, and we won't agree on it. Question of fact, 360 degree view. So when you say a large percentage of the field of view, that's a large percentage of 65 degrees out of 360. That's correct, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, yes, and I suppose it's up to the reporter to make their own assessment in terms of.
Absolutely. Thanks very much for that. Now, in various points in your evidence, you draw conclusions on the significance of impacts. And if we go to, if you wanted to, CD 1223, which is the table of comparisons prepared by, that's quite useful together, I think, prepared by Mr. Welch to assist the inquiry. We can see that are you there, sir?
Yes, sorry, got that up, thanks.
Thanks very much. That you use terms for sensitivity and magnitude. You heard me ask Karen Anderson this morning, I think, if she defined her terms anywhere. Do you have any methodology where you define your terms?
No, the methodology is based on the same methodology that was put forward by the applicant in terms of their viewpoint assessment appraisal for visual impact, which is also based on GLVI 3.
That's absolutely fine. That's very helpful because we know now what methodology you're using. But is it opens or is it rambles?
It was the initial applicant's viewpoint assessment appraisal at the beginning, and I've further concluded that by making reference to further supporting environmental information as a side note in terms of the removal of the 4 turbines.
That's fine, but what I'm getting at is when you say high sensitivity and what the magnitude is, my understanding is that you're comparing your position with that set out in the EIAR, i.e. the Ramboll assessment, not with the later open assessment we use as a slightly different methodology. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, well, that's very helpful. We know now that your findings can be directly compared with those in the EIAR, and that's helpful to the reporter, so thank you. Except, of course, that you find that moderate effects are significant, whereas Ramboll find a threshold of major moderate. That's the only other difference we need to note, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Fine. If you go to 524 in your inquiry report, at page 21, and the page numbers, congratulations, are the same as the electronic page numbers. You compare your view there with the LVIA. That's a passing reference, but if we go to your appendix 1 at page 28,
yes,
obviously, well, not obviously, I'll ask you the direct question. Are you looking at the solus effects of Glenshero from this and other viewpoints? What are you telling us in the right column?
What do you mean by the right column? The notes column, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Right, the right column, notes column.
It's to expand on the points that are made there earlier and to give a bit of a fuller interpretation of the details, so it gives the opportunity to make specific reference to say, you know, if you're using Milferviny as an example, particular turbines such as T1, 2, 3, 6 and T40 in that particular example that are either particularly prominent or cause particular concern regarding the overspill and various other effects.
Okay, but it wasn't really what I asked you. Let me just expand a bit. That you could be looking at a number of things here. You could be looking at Glenshero on a zero baseline, which I doubt because Stroneleg is there, and therefore you're looking at the very least at the incremental effects of Glenshero on the baseline of Stroneleg, or you could be looking at the incremental effects of Glenshero on Stroneleg plus Cloyk and Dell. You'll have to, or you could be looking at the in combination effects of all the developments together. So, which is it?
So the applicant, I believed in the initial EIAR, it's effectively following the same methodology, but the applicant put in some further columns regarding, I think, magnitude of impact and change was split to cover cumulative impact as well. So that's really the only difference between the two methodologies with mine.
Mr. Dar, could I have an answer to my question? Are you looking here, are you assessing the effects of Glenshero? Well, on what baseline are you assessing the effects of Glenshero?
Well, the baseline is with Stroneleg, which was consented, with Dell, which was consented. We currently have Cloyk within the planning system. However, it's not been assessed with the baseline of Cloyk, given that it wasn't in at that point.
So when you say on the second paragraph of the notes column, it's considered as a slight change to the baseline conditions, those baseline conditions are Stroneleg plus Dell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and does that repeat across all the viewpoints?
That's correct.
Yeah. Do you understand why I'm asking these questions?
Yes, to get an idea of the baseline.
Well, yes, quite. Go to paragraph 5.1 of your inquiry report, please. Now at 5.1, about 6 lines down, then at 7 lines down, where you say it's important to consider the context of the wind farm at various scales and differences to see whether it's acceptable within that context and what mitigation may be required to make it an acceptable addition to the landscape. At 5.9 on page 17, guideline for acceptable impacts. Well, that's probably a minister's view rather than yours. But at 5.1, what do you mean by acceptable? You'll note the questions that Mr. Finlay put at great length to Mr. Welch on this point.
Whether or not it's acceptable in EIA terms, I've tried to outline significant effects to give a decision in the round through the Appendix 1, the viewpoint assessment appraisal, so whether or not it is considered acceptable. Yes,
but the consequence of the only natural consequence of your answer, the way you put it, is that if an effect is significant in EIA terms, then it's unacceptable. Is that what you mean?
Not necessarily. As you'll note from the reasons for objection, as part of the note, reasons for objection 1 specifically relate to the viewpoints that have the most adverse impacts. It doesn't relate as a reason for objection to say viewpoint 1, viewpoint 2 and viewpoint 3, which were considered to have significant effects but weren't noted in the reasons for objection.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that takes us. I mean, in your errata, you've drawn distinction between substantial and major effects and other significant effects. Where am I to draw this threshold of acceptability in the terms you use it in 5.1? I want to get that very clear.
Sorry, what's the question that you're asking me in relation to?
Yeah, sure, I'll ask it here, no problems. In your errata sheets, and I only refer to them for this purpose, no need necessarily to go to them. You do draw the distinction between substantial major impacts, I think that's a phrase, in major significance, and effects which are lesser but nonetheless significant. So I need to know where you're drawing your threshold of acceptability. Since you've made the point about acceptability, I want to know where it goes.
Well, the acceptability would be significant impacts in EIA terms, and the threshold for that has been set within the Appendix 1, so it would be significant.
So your Appendix 1, is that right?
Yes.
Right, so when you conclude anywhere within Appendix 1, this is the viewpoint assessment, that something is significant, are you saying it's unacceptable? You see, I'm sure you understand why I'm pursuing this, because I think the reporter needs to know if you are engaging on acceptability, as indeed Mr. Welch does, Carol Anderson doesn't. I need to know what you mean.
It feeds into the planning decision in the round for making the final decision.
I'm sure it does, but I want to know what you mean by acceptability. Do you mean that it's significant? And therefore it's in other words, that significance is the boundary, the threshold of acceptability or unacceptability.
Of the proposal as a whole.
Sorry?
Of the proposal as a whole, sorry.
Well, I'm only feeding on...
I'm just saying that because there's obviously a number of viewpoints from various locations that feed into the planning assessment in the round.
Yes, I'm sure there are. Well, let me go back and ask the question rather more basically. Are you reaching a planning conclusion here, or are you reaching a landscape and visual conclusion?
I wouldn't be overreaching in terms of, I'm assessing the visual impacts as part of this.
Sorry, I want to get this clear. It is important. I think it's important, others may not. But I need to get clear, what do you mean by acceptable? Could you devote your attention to the precise terms of my question? Do you mean acceptable in overall planning terms or acceptable in landscape and visual terms as an input to the planning balance? Which do you mean?
And is that in paragraph 5.1, sorry?
Yes. I think you've got my question now.
Sorry, I'm just reading through paragraph 5.1 at the moment. The way I've said it there, it's important to consider the context of the wind farm at various scales and distances to see whether it is acceptable within the context or not, and what mitigation may be required to make it an acceptable addition to the landscape.
Mm-hmm. I read that too. That's my question.
Sorry if I'm not understanding the question.
No, it's perfectly all right, Mr. Dahl. I'm sure I'm not putting it very well. Let me try again. If I say that something for a wind farm project is acceptable or unacceptable, I could be saying that in overall planning terms and the planning balance, it's acceptable or unacceptable. That's the final decision point. Or I could be saying, as Mr. Welch says in his evidence, I provide a conclusion on landscape and visual acceptability, which I acknowledge goes into the planning balance. Which is it so far as your evidence is concerned? It has to be one or the other.
I think it's going into the planning balance, that particular phrase, the way I've said it.
Okay. So your issue conclusion on landscape and visual acceptability is not a comment on the planning balance. This is what I thought it was, and there's not a criticism. I can hardly criticize you since Mr. Welch does the same thing. So that's fine, as I understand. But I need to know where that threshold is, and that's my first question. If it's landscape and visual acceptability, is it the fact of a significant effect which makes it unacceptable?
Yes.
Right, that's absolutely fine. No, actually it's not, because I'm well aware that I think I'm not going to be unfair to you and just take an answer, which I could do if you were a more experienced witness. I want to be a bit fairer to you here. You know what you've just said, don't you? That if it's significant, it's unacceptable. That's what you've told me. Is that what you really mean?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question.
Well, that's my worry. I don't want to take an answer and be unfair in doing so. My question was, if you conclude that an effect is significant, is it thereby on your evidence unacceptable? I do want to get that clear before we move on.
No.
Whatever answer you give me.
Mr. Trinick, is it clearer to say significant in EIA terms? Would that be clearer for Mr. Doe?
It may or may not, sir. I don't know. Let's try that. Do you mean it's unacceptable if it's significant in EIA terms?
No.
What do you mean then? I'm sorry, but it's quite important.
I'm not really understanding the question, and I'm afraid, Mr. Trinick.
Okay, all right. All right, well, I'm not sure how else to put it. I put it about 3 ways now. In terms of when you say it's important to consider the context of the wind farm to see if it's acceptable, we've established that means landscape and visual acceptability. That's fine, I understand that. But what I want to know from you is, what triggers for you a finding of unacceptability in landscape and visual terms? Is it the simple fact of concluding, as you do from a number of viewpoints, that an effect is significant? Or, to offer you a lifeline maybe, do you mean there's a difference between a moderate level of significance or major, moderate or major? Where is your threshold?
There is a difference between the two, and like I say, I've made the decision that it's significantly detrimental to the visual amenity for recreational users of the outdoors, demonstrated by viewpoints VP4, 5, 7, and the other ones that are all relative to substantial and major.
Well, we're getting somewhere. Is it without leading you by the nose towards an answer, because I don't want to do that. You're saying that where it's substantial magnitude and major significance, that's your threshold.
Well, it generally has been, because I've included that in the reasons for objection.
I see.
Objection 1.
I think I have to leave it there and move on and take what I've got there. So if you want more clarification, you'll have to seek it yourself. I can't get any more. If you go to paragraph 525, page 21 of your inquiry report, sorry, it's 525, let's just check. Yes, so it's, yeah, page 21. You say the approach to the assessment of visual impact is based on a series of subjective judgments, taking into account matters such as sensitivity, susceptibility, and magnitude of change. How do you see the relationship between susceptibility and sensitivity?
So I just, much like the applicant, I had sensitivity down as high without splitting them into both susceptibility and value on top of that. So it's followed the exact same approach as the applicant. In terms of susceptibility, I've taken the approach, same as the applicant, it's high across the board, given that people are going out into these viewpoints, doing various recreational activities. So the value, the susceptibility and value is high for both. I know Mr. Welch has taken a different approach, splitting them to either high, medium, or various sensitive.
Yeah, sure. But from your point of view, you've adopted more of the Bramble approach, where value is not made explicit,
yes,
but sensitivity is nevertheless high. That's your approach.
That's correct. Yes, and they've
That's
given a list of those that are high. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. At 529 of your inquiry report, you say the applicant has considered the sensitivity of the landscape and receptor from each viewpoint is high without being specific to whom the receptor is likely to be. I guess my point is rather bluntly, so what? Because there's nothing higher than high. If it's a high sensitivity receptor, then that's what feeds into the eventual significance conclusion. Does it matter? If it's high, it's high.
If it's high, it's high. But yes, I have made note that, for example, if you're in a wild land area, it's really as high sensitivity as it could be if you're going into the hills to experience the views within either a wild land area or a special landscape area.
Well, yeah, I'm getting a bit confused then. I mean, if you're adopting the methodology of the EIA, which you confirmed you are, then you reach a high level of sensitivity. You can't say as high as high can be. It's high or it's less than high. Am I right? There's nothing higher than high, is there?
No, that's correct. But in the receptors column, I have kind of expanded on that and given an idea of who it is that are the receptors experiencing the viewpoints.
Yeah, I see that. Well, very well, thank you. If you go to paragraph 6.4 of your report, it's a phrase I just didn't understand, so please take this as an open question.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, is this the inquiry report?
Still? Yes, it is, I'm sorry. Yeah, inquiry report, page 26. This is an open question, so I'm not trying to trap you into anything. I genuinely want to know what you mean when you say the effects of the amended scheme will still be experienced with increasing magnitude. That's the phrase that puzzles me, from the far side of WLA 19. Now, we're not addressing wild land today, but I want to know what you mean by that phrase. Does it mean the further away you get, the greater the magnitude gets? I'm not quite sure.
Sorry, I'm just reading this paragraph.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Trinick, which paragraph is that? Is that 6.4?
6.4 on page 26.
I'm grateful, thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to make the point that it will increase in prominence as more turbines come into view.
Oh, I see. All right, well, that's fine. I thought you were making some point that magnitude somehow increased with distance, which that was what I would have found difficult, but you're not saying that, so that's fine. Now, we've done the dancing around the edge of methodology. We'll get into the effects themselves now. What I'm going to do is to deal with the remaining cross-examination by reference to CD46, which is the supplementary guidance. So you might get at that, CD46, at electronic page 19. And in this case, we do need electronic page numbers because they're different from the physical page numbers. Let's put this document in context first. So paragraph 410, are you there?
Is this beyond the, yes, criterion, sorry, distinctiveness of landscape, is it?
Well, it's the first page of the chapter headed Key Development Plan Considerations. You've got that? Electronic page 19.
Yes.
Excellent. So 410, people would have read it. I'll leave you to read it. I'm not going to read it out loud. Okay. Read that. Good.
Yes.
If you go on to the next page, electronic page 20, we can see 416 and 417, which tells us what the criteria are intended to do. The following set out the key landscape and visual aspects the council will use as a framework and focus for assessing proposals. And in 417, they don't set absolute requirements, but seek to ensure that developers are aware of key constraints to development. The council's expectation that applicants will cite and design schemes to avoid significant adverse impacts in order that they reflect the criteria below. Do you know what is meant there by avoiding significant adverse impacts? We're sort of going back to what we discussed before. Does it mean in EIA terms avoid significant impacts, or if not, what does it mean?
At 4.17. I mean, the criteria does not set absolute requirements. It's used to show developers the key constraints to any development. So I think it has to be taken on the basis that the scheme should be cited and designed to avoid significant impacts. But the assessment is based on the characteristics of the proposal in the surrounding area.
Well, if you don't know the answer to the question, it's always better to say so. And you didn't write this document, I know. But do you know what is meant by avoiding significant impacts? Do you mean in EIA terms, avoid any significant adverse impacts? Is that the expectation expressed? If you don't know, say so. It's much easier.
It doesn't expressly say if it's related to EIA impact.
No. Oh, well, there we are. That's a puzzle. If you turn over the page, then we get to the criteria. And what I'm going to do is to go through them in order. So to begin with, before we go to your Annex 2 to your inquiry report, let's just take a moment to read quietly through criterion 1 and criterion 2, first of all, as to what they say, what the measure is, and what the expected threshold is.
Sorry, Mr. Trinity, I missed the reference for that paragraph numbers.
It's electronic page 40, sorry, not 48, electronic page 21 of CD 46. It's not a paragraph number, these are the criteria.
Yep, have it now, thank you.
If we just read through criterion 1, criterion 2, and then I'll take you to your annex. In fact, stay with that document once you've read them, because we'll come straight back to it. It's my understanding there's no issue between the applicant and Highland Council on criterion 1 or criterion 2. Is that it? Is that agreed?
Criterion 1, yes, there is, I suppose, a portion of visibility between Garver Bridge and the Spey Dam, but yes, you're correct. It meets the threshold of criteria 1.
Yeah, so as you say in Annex 2, page 48 of your inquiry report, the proposed development continues to meet the threshold. And the same applies to criterion 2, doesn't it? You don't seek to make a case against the development on the basis of criterion 2, am I right?
That's correct. It's relatively constrained in view from gateway locations and routes.
Thank you. So in terms of criterion 3, we'll spend more time on this. So read it, the criterion first, and then we'll go to your annex and to other documents as necessary. Are you ready?
Yes.
If you now go to your inquiry report at page 48, which is in Annex 2.
Yes.
What you say the criterion 3 is related to the extent to which proposal affects the fabric and setting of valued natural and cultural landmarks. And then you refer in the following sentences to what those landmarks might be within the relevant area. And if we go to the next page, that ends on the third, you talk about Gava Barracks, listed bridges, etc. And then you refer to Koryarek Pass, and later down in that paragraph, the relationship of Gava Barracks, Gava Bridge and Koryarek Pass and the wider landscape is not only about built heritage and setting, it's also a matter of history. What I want to get clear from you is that you make no cultural heritage case in this inquiry.
There was no particular objection from the historic environment team as part of this application. They did make reference to the effects on Garver Bridge, but it was just visual impacts only. There's not a particular impact on heritage designations. However, I think the Koryarek Pass, in terms of the reference to that, it's more to do with a sense of history when you're walking through the route than anything else that has an impact on receptors experiencing the views as part of that route.
Hold on a moment. So, all right, I'll take the answer at face value. There's no cultural heritage case being made by the council, i.e. based in the sort of issues that would attract the interest of HES or your historic environment advisor. It's simply a sense of place you're referring to.
It's the increased sense of history as you're walking along the Koryarek Pass, in terms of it being its association with the military road and Jacobite Rising, which all leads into how you experience the viewpoint. But that's obviously harder to define than, you know, an impact to say the A-listed Garver Bridge is the sense of history.
Mm. See, I'd read the objections made by Highland Council, and I read most of your evidence to say that the case was about recreational receptors. I'm right, aren't I? That's the basis of the Highland Council case, isn't it?
For the reason for objection?
Yeah. If you look at objection 1, which is the relevant objection here, which is on page 8 of your inquiry report. Detrimental visual impact, particularly as viewed by recreational users of the outdoors, and this is by virtue of the design and location. So it's simply to do with detrimental visual impact, particularly as viewed by recreational users. That's how I correctly read, am I correct, the scope of the Highland Council case?
That's the way it's been written for reasons for objection 1. There's no particular mention of impact direct cultural heritage.
No, well, I mean, it's quite important to us because if we had read that, we might have brought another witness, but we haven't. So I might take it that the case is about recreational receptors. Can I tick that box, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to take you in the context of Choriaric Pass to CD 1012. And when you get there, it's to figure 417C, viewpoint 10.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, what was the figure for that one?
It's 417C. Well, 417A will do, actually. Whatever you want to go to. Are you there?
So sorry, was that 1012, was it?
Sorry? It's viewpoint 10. Sorry, CD 1012, yes, that's it.
And was it the ES figure, sorry, that was it number 7, is it number 7 within CD 1012, did you say?
I can't really hear you, but I assume you're nearly there.
Sorry, was it number 7 in CD 12, CD 1012 7, was it?
CD 1012, and then within that you'll find various figures. It's the, my apologies, I'm not sure I've given you a good enough reference there. Let me just go back and check. I think I know why you're confused. It's my fault, not yours. Yeah, when you get to 1012, go to the CD 12.2, the renumbered wire lines. You see that?
So that's the ES, the SNH ones, yes, I've got that.
SNH ones, that's it. No, my apologies. All right.
Yep.
And for figure 417A. Right.
Getting there.
I can't. Do you have a paper copy of your inquiry report in front of you?
Yeah, I'm afraid not. No, it's just electronic.
That's all right. Well, you attribute this viewpoint substantial magnitude and major significance. Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
Would you bear with me if I just find a reference? I've lost it at the moment. What do you say about the baseline impact of the Bewley-Denny line when viewed from viewpoint 10?
So I make reference in the notes to the Bewley-Denny line. There's obviously an adverse effect on the amenity of the pass as it stands at the moment, but the adverse effect of the proposed development would be greater due to the scale and movement of the turbines.
There is somewhere in your evidence, okay, I've lost it for the moment, I will find it, where you say that the Bewley-Denny line diminishes the visual impact slightly. Those are your words. And that's what I picked up on. You heard Carol Anderson say this morning that she could see the Beaulieu-Denny line at 30 kilometres, and you heard her say in cross-examination that she agreed that there was a major landscape and visual feature when viewed from viewpoint 10. She's explicitly agreed that. My suggestion is that you have, and when I say underplayed, I don't mean deliberately, I mean your assessment underplays the baseline significance of Beaulieu-Denny line when viewed at viewpoint 10.
I don't think so, no.
Well, I'm not sure whether for your view or Carol Anderson's has have a choice there, but you're saying that the Beaulieu-Denny line diminishes slightly the visual experience at that viewpoint. Is that your evidence?
Sorry, I'm looking at my appendix for this one. Where does it say it diminishes?
I shall find the words for you, don't worry. But what do you say then about the impact of the Beaulieu-Denny line at this viewpoint?
So like I said previously in the notes section, at viewpoint 10, I said, although the Beaulieu-Denny line has an existing adverse impact on the amenity of the pass, the adverse effect of the proposed development would be greater due to the scale and movement of the turbines.
Mm-hmm. Well, I found the reference. It's in your inquiry report at 533 on page 23. Tell me when you're there.
Yes.
The otherwise, fourth line, the otherwise wild and remote route is diminished slightly by the adjacent Beaulieu-Denny power line. Now, I think your calibration's a bit astray there, frankly. I would say that was a lot more than that. So I'll give you a final chance to give an answer on that point now we found the reference.
I would disagree. In terms of viewpoint 10, there's still a substantial and major combination leading to significant effects given the proximity of the turbines, given that you'll have blade tips and movement from the turbines. There's a much greater effect than there is from the existing Beaulieu-Denny line.
All right, well, I'll take that answer and move on. On page 24 of your inquiry report, still within the same paragraph number, you say in this last sentence, for receptors moving north, the turbines will tend to dominate the view and give the impression that one is moving into a wind farm landscape. What do you understand by a wind farm landscape?
It's effectively a landscape that's come to be either dominated or there's a strong proportion of wind farm development within the landscape as opposed to a landscape with wind farms on it. It's starting to tip the balance of wind farms dominating the landscape as opposed to just a landscape that's included with wind farms.
Well, go to figure 417C, if you would. Sorry, 417D, my apologies. 417D, which is a photo montage. It's not one of the type beloved by Highland Council, it's an SNH one, but if you can live with that, let me know when you've got there.
CD 417, sorry, did you say?
417D, viewpoint 10 still, photo montage.
It's figure 4.17D. I just think Mr. Dull may be looking at for the wrong thing. It's figure 4.17D in CD 10.2, as I understand.
Yep.
The reference.
Let me know when you're there.
And sorry, was it the Highland Council figures or the SNH ones?
SNH.
SNH. Yes.
Okay. So your evidence would seem to be that looking at that photo montage, you are, let me just get the quote right again, CD 533, your impression of moving into a wind farm landscape. I would suggest your calibration is quite clearly adrift, or drift very considerably there. You're not possibly moving into a wind farm landscape as you defined it at that viewpoint.
I would disagree from this particular view. Whilst the ridge lines do block out some of the lower portions of the turbines, the eyes are drawn to the existing turbines, and it raises the question about what is beyond the ridge as well.
Oh, I see. So it's not that you're looking at a wind farm landscape, you're imagining that if you go over the ridge, you might be in one. Is that your evidence?
No, I'm just saying that given the ridge line is blocking out some of the blade tips, there's a question in terms of perception with exactly how far the wind farm landscape does extend.
Dare I suggest that your lack of landscape qualification is getting in the way here? You're really talking about landscape issues, not visual. And I have to put you, I don't think you understand the first thing about what a wind farm landscape really is, if you're making the suggestion you are at this viewpoint.
I would disagree, and as part of GLVIA, I'm using professional judgment to assess the visual impact within a particular view.
Well, all right.
That's what I've done as
Okay.
viewpoint 10.
All right, so that would be a convenient moment if you're looking for a break.
Yes, I think that sounds about right to me. Do you have an indication, Mr. Trinick, of how long your cross-examination will continue for?
Well, to the end of the day, it will be. I think I've got another 2 hours to go, I would say.
Okay. Well, we'll take a rain check. Hopefully, I mean, to all the parties, are they quite happy that we try and conclude all the evidence on landscape and visual matters today, including any questions that we have for Dr. Gordon?
Well, yeah, I see what Dr. Gordon's saying, but I'm also thinking about the witness here. He's going to have a long exposure, and so I think it's up to Mr. Finlay more than me to guide you on this. I'll leave Mr. Finlay to give his view.
Let's return to that question after the break, so you've had a chance to talk. Okay. We'll return back here at 3 o'clock, I think, 3 o'clock. Okay, I think I see everyone that needs to have their video on. Just before you continue, Mr. Trinick, I would like to just have a brief chat about what we're aiming to do this afternoon, and I'll ask Mr. Finlay his views. Bear in mind, I'll probably have a few questions for Mr. Dowell. I also have some questions for Dr. Gordon as well.
So if I may, I did have a question, but on reflection, I don't think it's of great significance. I'm quite happy not to ask any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gordon. But in terms of Mr. Gordon's evidence, I'll have some questions for him. So in terms of what we're aiming to do for the rest of the afternoon, Mr. Finlay and Mr. Trinick indicated possibly another 2 hours. He may be able to identify a break, a sensible break in that 2 hours that would allow us to overrun into tomorrow. But your thoughts on what we should be aiming for this afternoon, Mr. Finlay?
Mr. Trinick and I have spoken on the telephone in the break, and we agree that it would be unfair, I think, to Mr. Dowell to push him much beyond 4:15-ish this afternoon. We would still hope to make good progress tomorrow with the wildland session in any event, but that's, as I understand it, the position. It's quite a long time to be working purely off a screen and off documents, and I think that's the position we've agreed, if it's satisfactory to you.
Yes, that's satisfactory to me. Mr. Gordon, does that sound reasonable to you?
Yeah. Am I on or off? Yes.
Your microphone's on just now.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry, sir. When I responded to you previously, I'd forgotten that I was supposed to be on this afternoon as well. But yes, that's fine by me, and I can be available tomorrow morning. And then if I may just check, sir, it's acceptable, then I'll opt out of the Zoom for the wildland sessions, and we'll follow it on the public webcast.
Yes, you previously indicated that, and I think all the parties are aware of that, so that presents no problem to any of the parties, Mr. Gordon. So I will leave it with Mr. Trinick to try and identify a relevant point in his cross-examination any time between 4 o'clock and 4:15.
Thanks,
okay, Mr. Trinick.
That's fine, sir. Thank you for that. Mr. Dowell, we're still on criterion 3 within the supplementary guidance. And I want to just take you to one or two viewpoints to explore your position. But go first to your inquiry report at page 22, paragraph 528. And I'll read it as amended from the 6th line. It is still considered there are significant adverse, sorry, I should have introduced. This is about the removal of the 4 turbines. So that's what we're talking about as the topic now. It's still considered there are significant adverse impacts on receptors at the viewpoints you name, and where the proposed development will have adding the words you've added, substantial magnitude of change and have a major effect on receptors. That's how your evidence now reads. So with those words in mind, let's go to Annex 2, first of all, to your report, which is at page 49. And the passage I'm tackling now within criterion 3 is the paragraph, there are a number of Munros to the south, southeast. Okay, that's what we're looking at, that particular paragraph. And I want to start with viewpoint 4, so as to test your view on the removal of the 4 turbines. We know this viewpoint's at 11.8 kilometres. We know that both you and Mr. Welch say that the 39 turbine scheme is the visual effects would be significant. We can see that from, no need to go to it, CD 1223 for those who want to. It's going to significant. But for the 35 turbine scheme, Mr. Welch says not significant. you say substantial magnitude and major, and therefore significant for both 39 and 35 turbines. So with that rehearsal in mind, would you first go, please, to CD13, which is the EIAR, and I want you to go into chapter 4 at page 410. It's electronic page 10. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Thanks. What I'm interested in here, because you say you adopt the terminology, the descriptors rather, of the terms used in the ES. Here we are, table 4.3 on magnitude, and substantial magnitude, therefore you take to mean, in visual terms, a total loss or considerable alteration, interruption of composition of views resulting in a substantial change to baseline conditions. So that's what you've adopted, you've confirmed as what substantial magnitude of change means. So let's have that in mind as we go through these viewpoints. So let's go to viewpoint 4. Actually, it's CD1211 we want now, because that's the 35 turbine scheme visualizations. When you get to CD1211, it's 1211.15 in your USB box.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get to 1211.15, it's electronic page 4. Which I hope you will find is viewpoint 4. Tell me if you're there. Are we there?
Yes.
Thanks very much. Now we've got there conveniently a comparison of the 39 turbine scheme and the 35, and I've rehearsed what you and Mr. Welch say about both. Bearing in mind that definition of what magnitude, substantial magnitude of change means, I do want to test you on that. I think you're being too harsh. Are you saying that for the 35 turbine scheme, total loss or considerable alteration, interruption of composition of views, is it that much?
I would say there is quite a considerable interruption of views, yes. This particular landscape, whilst not getting on to wildland evidence, you are within a wildland area, so focusing specifically on visual impact. It's noted for its sanctuary and solitude, which has an impact on how you look at it. And you still will see a number of tips and blades that will not skyline, but breach the ridge line and draw the eye on the long Glenroy. So this is a popular area with for recreation. It's definitely got a high sensitivity. It's easily accessed for recreational walkers, and it's popular given that it's flatter and less extreme than some of the recreational routes in the surrounding area. So yes, I would say that it is considerable from this particular viewpoint.
All right, let's take up one or two of those points. You say it's well used recreationally. I've been there myself. I mustn't give evidence, but I know the route all the way from the main road, and it's long and winding. It's quite a long route in. Do you have evidence that it's well used recreationally? If so, what is that evidence?
No, but it's a case that you can you can access it from the public road from Roy Bridge and
yep.
up the junction. So it gives relatively good access to get in there from Glenroy. On top of that, there's a bit like the Corriaric Pass, maybe to a lesser extent. There's the parallel roads, particular natural features that all feed into a sense of place, much like the Corriaric Pass in terms
going
of
beyond my question. I asked
visual impact.
whether you have evidence that it was well used. You told me of the circumstances which might lead to it being well used. I think you've confirmed very simply the answer to my question. You don't have any evidence that it's well used, do you?
I don't. I mean, I can only say by going there as part of my own site visits as well.
Right. Well, fair enough. And the second point that comes out of your answer is really to ask you if you really attribute the same magnitude of effect, bearing in mind the definitions you've adopted, to the 39 turbine scheme as you do to the 35 turbine scheme. That surprises me.
I still think, whilst it is removing some of the more prominent turbines, I don't think there's any denial about that. This is introducing significant turbines into an area that is noted for its sanctuary and solitude. It's a wildland area, sticking with a visual perspective, and it's introducing a new moving feature into the landscape.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've got your answer. We can agree to disagree on that. You can put away 1211 now. You won't be needing that again. But would you get out 1210, please? And we're looking at. Let's get my reference right this time. It's the SNH figures. So part 3. Hang on. Let me just get this right. Yeah, the SNH figures, please.
Okay.
And what I want to look at first is viewpoint 7, which is figure 414A.
Yes.
You're there ahead of me. Hang on, let's get to 414A. Distance here, and I'm stressing the distance on each occasion for a reason. So viewpoint 4 was at 11.4. This one's now at 17.4. And if we go to 1223, no need together, I'll do it for you. Viewpoint 7, you find high sensitivity, and again, substantial magnitude of effect. I'm not doubting your description of what you say in your annex to page 49. I'll read it for you. That the Glenshero wind farm will fill in some gaps in the view of wind turbines. That's factually, you're absolutely correct. But I do suggest to you that at this distance, magnitude has again been overplayed. At a distance of 17.4, you're still claiming total loss or considerable alteration, interruption of composition of views resulting in substantial change. I think you're overplaying that.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, be careful what you agree with. You just agreed you're overplaying it.
No, sorry, I didn't hear that on my end. I'll take that off. Yeah, from 17 kilometres, yes, it's still substantial and major. I think there is precedent in terms of, I mean, first of all, this is undoing the Strone layer mitigation from this particular viewpoint. You're within a number of isolated Munros here at this point, looking along, and I think, yeah, further down, there's ZTV from the east, Highland Way, but yes, I would say that they're substantial and major. The reporter for the Coolagh decision said that there could be significant effects in EIA terms from up to 22 to 23 kilometres from a similar Milfervany viewpoint. So I think there is precedent, and I would still stick with substantial and major.
Well, very well. That's your answer. Let's go to another viewpoint. 19, should we go to, which is figure 426. I want to go to 426G, please. I've lost myself. Not sure there is a 426G. Go to 426A. I think that'll do us. 426A.
What viewpoint is this one, sorry?
This is viewpoint 19, which is it's a Monroe.
Yes.
Avaconic. I think that's the right pronunciation. I'm probably wrong. That's at 23.7 kilometers. Am I right? Yeah, I think I am. 23 kilometers.
Yeah,
23, fine. And if we go to 1223 again, we can see that you claim, you assess, rather, that's rude of me, you assess the impact here as again having substantial magnitude. So here we are a few more kilometers further out, and you're still claiming, I won't rehearse it again, what the ES describes as substantial magnitude. I'll test you on that one. Seems calibration starting to go a bit adrift to me if you're claiming substantial magnitude at this distance.
No, I still think, again, it's the Coolachy decision that I've referenced from Milfervany, that was getting towards, I think, 22, 23 kilometres off the top of my head. These are long-range panoramic views from dramatic summits, so that's the reason. And you've got steep-sided ridge lines which conceal the straths and the glens. So that's the reasoning for it being substantial. And again, from this particular view, you've got both eastern and western array as two distinct but disparate clusters that are flowing further into the viewpoint.
Well, your answer is interesting because it starts to occur to me that you're judging magnitude by reference to what people have found elsewhere, because your first answer was, well, it was found at Coolachy at that sort of distance. That'll do for me. Is that your approach?
No, that's not the approach. I'm just saying that it's not unusual. That's the only point I was making. A lot of these viewpoints do have the similar effects. And like I say, I would stand by that this is both substantial and major in terms of the visual perspective. There is a loss or a considerable alteration of the key elements or feature.
Well, take care, you're going into landscape territory there. I think you mean the composition of views, don't you?
I was just, sorry, reading out in terms of substantial, in terms of the visual effect, in terms of what...
I would say be careful, because that applies to landscape as well as to visual amenity. That's why I left out those words. It's the total loss, considerable alteration of composition of views. I think we're focusing on, aren't we, just visual effects here?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, fine. Well, there we go. So let's go on to viewpoint 20, next one. We've got two more to go. So viewpoint 20 is figure 427. Don't mind much where we go, because the reporter will look at all the figures anyway, but 427A, we see over a distance now, we're creeping up, 21.3 kilometers. Your assessment, looking to 1223 as a reference point, is you're claiming, gosh, substantial magnitude again. You can't go like this, Mr. Dowell. I mean, sooner or later the magnitude has to drop off, doesn't it? 21 kilometres, and we're still looking at a total loss or considerable alteration or interruption of use.
I think,
claiming that?
yes.
You are.
This viewpoint's looking northwest, so you're within a wild land area. I think
that's a sensitivity point, not magnitude. I'm looking at magnitude.
I would still agree that it is having that effect. Yes.
Oh, okay. And let's finally go to viewpoint 8, shall we? Which is figure 415J. Yeah, let's go to 415E. Let's go to there. 415E. I don't know if we can see Stroh leg or not in the photo montage. I think we have a look. Well, maybe just. It doesn't really matter for our purposes. Well, now at 26.7 kilometers. And I see in 1223, you're claiming substantial again.
Substantial and major, yes.
Yeah, I mean, forget the sensitivity. We're talking about magnitude here. Mr. Welch says negligible. He actually says would be barely noticed as a very small addition to Stroh leg. You say no. Total loss or considerable alteration, interruption of composition of use. I suggest you're wrong. It can't be that. You cannot have that degree of magnitude at this distance, surely.
Mr. Welch seems to have taken the approach that beyond kind of 15 kilometres or so, there can't be these effects, but I would disagree. From this particular viewpoint, there are cumulative effects that intensify existing turbines from the upland locations above Loch Ericht. So yes, I would still contend that my assessment is correct, and I think Mr. Welch has understated some of the viewpoints going beyond 15 kilometres in terms of the status that they have.
Well, let's get right. He does adopt a simple distance criterion. I think 20 kilometres more rather than 15 was the threshold, but there we are. Okay. I'm not going to pick you up too much on that. But what I am going to suggest to you is that, well, one of you has to be grossly wrong here because somebody's calibration is seriously adrift. If you were saying medium and he was saying low, or if you were slightly apart, it might be a matter of just different professional judgments. But you're claiming substantial, he's claiming negligible. At this sort of distance, it doesn't make sense. And I suggest that your calibration is hopelessly adrift.
I would disagree due to the cumulative impacts from this particular viewpoint. It intensifies what's already there in terms of turbines and draws the eye, and I think it has been understated on Mr. Welch's side.
Well, all right. Let's finally, to finish off this exercise, I want to compare two viewpoints. Let's go to viewpoint 12, which is at 424. Figure 424, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So I think I've got the wrong one here. Could you bear with me? Sorry, it's viewpoint 12. My apologies. It's viewpoint 12. And I'll give you the figure number when I get there.
419.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Here we are at Gale Carn. This is the nearest Gale Carn, not the furthest one in Ardverky, but the closest one on the border of the national park. And you say for this viewpoint 12 that there will be substantial magnitude effect. Mr. Welch says a high magnitude effect. No great difference between you there. I mean, it's significant, it's major, it's at the highest level, whatever you want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Surprises me if you can remember back to just looking at viewpoint 8 at 26.7 kilometers. You are claiming the same magnitude of impact at this viewpoint at 1.6 kilometers as you are at 26.7. I'm sorry, I must put to you again. Please think carefully. Are you really saying that your calibration is correct?
Yes, because as I stated previously, this is a different viewpoint, and like you say, there's obviously a clear effect. You're only 2 kilometers away from this particular viewpoint, but from VP8, whilst further away, getting towards 26, 27 kilometers, it will be viewed with existing wind farm development. The eastern array will be in the foreground. There's stacking effects with Stronelairg and Dell, which creates confusion, and it will draw the eye.
I have your answer. I'm changing topics now. I want to go on to back to your Annex 2 in your inquiry report at page 49. I'll be with you in a minute once I've found. And in the second last paragraph, you talk about various designations. You make the mistake of calling wildland areas a designation, but I'll pass that by. I'm not going to tackle that with you, nor with Cairngorms National Park, SACs or SSSIs. I just want to tackle the issue of SLAs with you in this context, under this, still under criterion 3. So if we go to, well, can we agree that there's no specific mention of SLAs in the objection made by Highland Council to this development? Am I correct?
They're not mentioned in the reason for objection. It's more to do with recreational users and the viewpoints that are noted.
Right. 519 of your inquiry report. While there are significant visual impacts, so it's page 20 for those who need it. Are you there, sir? While there are significant visual impacts within the SLA, particularly from upland locations, it is considered that the proposed development would not have a significant adverse impact on the special qualities and integrity of the SLA overall. But the council considers that the impacts on these SLAs would occur beyond limited areas identified by the applicant. So you're tackling us, and that's fair enough, on the detail, but can you reconfirm to the reporter that you present no case to the inquiry based on the impacts on special qualities or the integrity of any SLA?
That's correct. It's the visual impacts from the various viewpoints within the SLAs.
And indeed, I mean, you can check if you want, but I've looked through all the relevant sections of your inquiry report. I don't think that you devote a single syllable of attention to special qualities in the context of any SLA, do you?
No.
That's fine. Nevertheless, one or two points. If you go to 416 of your inquiry report, we're talking about the Ben Alder, Lagan and Glenbanker SLA. You say that the landscape of the SLA is particularly sensitive to the addition of buildings or structures, etc. So I'll let people read the rest of that sentence. You see what it says there?
Yes.
So you now need to just dig out, if you would, CD 521. So you have to excuse me, my USB box has mysteriously vanished. I'm just going to find it again. Got it. This is the assessment of SLAs by Highland Council. And within 521, we need to go to electronic page 157. But if we start actually at page 154, we can see the map of this SLA, can't we? Is that right? And then go on to page 100 and electronic page 157. We come to the sensitivities to change. Now, I think this is where you take your words in IR 416 from. Is they're particularly sensitive to additional buildings or structures or new activity which could detract from the sense of remoteness. So that's the first of the bullet points there, isn't it?
Yes.
Difficulty is, Mr. Dowell, that what that is advising about is development within the SLA, isn't it? Quite clearly. Look at it carefully before you answer.
Yes, and it's not disagreed that the integrity of the SLAs isn't affected, the qualities, sorry.
Yeah, well, let me stop you there. My only point was that sensitivity to change as expressed is sensitivity to change as a result of development within the SLA, isn't it? That's what it says.
Sorry, what page number was it again, Mr. Trinick?
It's electronic page 157. Sensitivity to change, first bullet point, which is clearly that to which you refer in your inquiry report paragraph to which I took you.
Yes, but I don't think, yes, again, the special qualities, I've not had a particular issue with them.
No, sorry, Mr. Dahl, don't go beyond the question. My only question, I think you've agreed with my point, which is that what this is referring to is building within the SLAs, isn't it?
Yes.
Matter of fact, yes, thank you. Go on to paragraph, well, I'll quote from you, so stick with 521. If you'll trust me to quote from your IR. We're now turning to the Loch Ness and Duntelkeg, I think I pronounced it right, probably not, SLA. 417 of your IR. 418, you say that the SLA, i.e. this one, Loch Ness one, is particularly sensitive to additional large features upon the side slopes or ridge lines of the glen. So let's go to electronic page 135 of this CD 521. On page 132 is a map, and then we scroll forward to page 135, sensitivity to change. Again, the first bullet point, that's the sensitivity to which you're referring in your inquiry report, isn't it?
Sorry, just catching up.
Yes, sir. You got me? We got that?
Yeah. Yes.
So the sensitivity you're referring to in your inquiry report is that within this first bullet point, isn't it? First sentence.
Yes, a dramatic sequence of landscape elements.
No, the area is generally sensitive to any additional large features on the side slopes or ridge lines of the glen. Those are the words you use in your inquiry report. And again, what this is referring to is development within the SLA, isn't it?
Yes, but you are looking, it was in relation to Milfarvany and the views across the dramatic Great Glen, and referring to the special qualities on that basis.
We're not actually, and 418, you don't mention Milfarvany. You're simply talking about this sensitivity. I think I've got the answer. It's sensitivity to development within the SLA, which is my sole factual point. We can now go on to look at Milfarvany. If you go to your inquiry report at page 20, it's paragraph 5, 21. So if you can get there.
Yes.
You say, whilst the applicant conceded that there will be significant effects to the SLA, they consider the proposed development will not undermine the integrity of this designation. Well, I'm not sure you've accurately recorded this. Would you go to CD 13, please, which is again the EIAR. CD 13, chapter 4. When you get there, it's page 429. Electronic page 29 as well. And you can see the paragraph 4615. Of the 5 SLAs assessed, significant effects were only identified within parts of the Ben Alder and so on SLA. So would you accept that the EIA did not identify any significant effects on this SLA?
What page number is that? Sorry, Mr. Trinick.
At 429, it's paragraph 4615. See what you think. It's a simple factual point. I mean,
Yes, it makes reference to Ben Alder SLA at 615.
Yeah, but my point is actually the EIA found no significant effects on the Loch Ness and Dental Cake SLA, did it?
Yes.
As recorded. You agree?
Yes.
Thank you. I want now to, while we're here in the context of the SLA, and you've mentioned it, go to viewpoint 1. So if you get out CD 1012, and when you get there, go to the SNH visualizations. So would you bear with me? My machinery's slowed down. I'm just not opening at the moment, so I'll be with you as soon as I can. And we want to go to figure 4.8e. I'm sure you're there ahead of me. Are you there?
Just about, yes. Yes.
Okay, now we know there's a distance of 22 kilometers. We know that looking at CD 1223 that you say a slight magnitude of impact, high sensitivity, leading to moderate significance. That's correct, isn't it? Are we agreed?
Yes, agreed, slight and moderate, but
Yeah, that's the one.
mo-
Can we agree that at this distance, we're really looking at, there are some hubs in the eastern array, which you can see, but broadly we're looking at tips, aren't we? Tips and hubs.
I would suggest there's a few heading out towards the western array as well.
Right, I'm not going to argue about precisely how many, but there are tips and hubs. All right, let's agree with that.
Yeah.
At a distance of 22 kilometers, you remember my questions to you about viewpoint 8 and various other viewpoints? You were increasing the substantial magnitude
Yes.
at distance, and yet we have slight here. So we're agreeing here that the difference is that in terms of the EIA, and if you allow me to quote from table 4.3 on page 410, and trust me to do so, it's a discernible loss or alteration to the characteristics of the baseline conditions. Change arising from the loss alteration would still be discernible. Again, it's a question of calibration, isn't it, Mr. Dahl? You see, I can see very little difference between the impacts. It's a matter of magnitude, not sensitivity, that you've assessed at, I don't know, viewpoint 8 rather, at 26 kilometers, and what we're seeing here.
Mm-hmm. I suppose from this particular viewpoint, there's maybe slight, it's not a dominant feature, but it does increase the horizontal spread and the sense of encirclement with, you know, the feeling of wind farm development coming towards you. I think with this, the landform has maybe taken off some of the dominance that you don't get from, say, viewpoint 7 or some of the further away, you know, 20 plus kilometers, because there's a mixture of both horizontal and vertical spread, which draws the eye. So I think it's some of the visual impacts are kind of, yeah, it's different from this particular viewpoint.
Are you saying that from this viewpoint, there's a strome layer mitigation issue which arises?
What do you mean? Sorry, there's.
Well, are you saying that the undoing of the mitigation point, that's a strong part of your case, is a feature from this viewpoint?
Yes, it's extending the visual influence of wind farm development.
Not what I asked you. I said, is the undoing of the mitigation point, the strome layer mitigation, a feature of your case from this viewpoint?
It doesn't, in terms of it being an upland bowl, I think you can see there on the landscape, once you get beyond the eastern, the ones in the eastern array are of most concerns. Again, it's not a dominant feature, but yes, I think that...
I'll put you back to my question because it's getting late on the day, and I know the time is going on, and you'll maybe getting a bit. It's a long experience. I understand that, but my question was whether, I mean, a part of your case, a strong part of it, the case for Highland Council.
Yes.
How dare we undo the mitigation which was applied to strome layer to make it acceptable to ministers? That's part of your case. Are the effects from this viewpoint 1, is the strome layer mitigation point you make relevant to the effects from this viewpoint? Yes or no?
Yes, for the eastern array, those turbines in the eastern array.
Eastern array. Okay, fine. Just, I mean, tell me this. As we've gone through the viewpoints, you've mentioned on several occasions strome layer mitigation. It reoccurs, I understand, as part of your case. Is it a factor which goes to the magnitude of the effect in your view?
No, no. I'm assessing it just in the visual impact.
So what part does it play in your assessment? I'm a bit puzzled because you just told me that from viewpoint 1 that the eastern array impact of the eastern array, you've taken into account the undoing of the Strone Lab mitigation, from which I assume that it must have an influence on your estimation of magnitude. Am I wrong?
I think with this particular one, there's a sense of overspilling. The eastern array is overspilling beyond what is already there, with Strone Lairg increasing the horizontal spread of development.
Yeah. Yes, so I am going to come back to my point, because I think it goes further than I expected it might go. And that is to ask this question again, and please focus on my precise question, please. That when looking at the impacts from viewpoint 1, is part of your estimation of magnitude derived from the fact that we are doing the Strone Lab mitigation?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Mr. Trinick?
Yes, of course. The Highland Council, in its case, has made great play, considerable play, of the fact that the applicant, in proposing Glenshero, has undone some of the mitigation which was applied to Strone Lairg, and Mr. Welch has been cross-examined on the Minister's letter of approval in that respect. Several occasions when I've taken you through viewpoints, you've mentioned this Strone Lab mitigation. And I'm using viewpoint 1 as a surrogate for all other viewpoints where you've made that point. To what extent does the undoing of the Strone Lab mitigation factor play into, affect, contribute to your estimation of the magnitude of effect?
I mean, the magnitude of impact, the reasons are noted there within the EIAR in terms of things like distance from receptors, duration of predicted change and whether it's reversible, the size and scale of change anticipated. So that's the criteria.
I've been patient, Mr. Dahl. I think you were going off on one. You know what I've asked you.
With respect, Mr. Trinick, he wasn't. He was listing the factors that gave rise to him forming a view of magnitude of change. And with respect, I think he should be allowed to finish his answer.
Well, okay, I'll let him finish, but I really would like an answer to the question I've asked 3 times now. I think I've made my question clear enough. I've narrowed it to a very narrow point. I don't think we need to rehearse anything else, but carry on, Mr. Dahl.
No, like I say, the criteria for assessing the magnitude of impact is listed within the EIAR there, and it's been assessed on that basis.
Yes, so sorry, Mr. Finlay, I didn't get an answer.
Well, with respect...
No, Mr. Finlay, it's an unfair interruption. My question is fair, and I'd like to focus the witness on it. I've asked to what extent the undoing of the mitigation of Strone Lairg factor feeds into or contributes to Mr. Dahl's estimate of magnitude of change. That question is very narrow, deliberately put. I'll give one further chance to try and get an answer, Mr. Dahl.
So before Mr. Dahl answers, Mr. Trinick cannot bully his way through a question like this. He asked Mr. Dahl whether he took undoing Strone Lairg mitigation into account. Mr. Dahl has referred to the factors that he has taken into account. They don't include the undoing of Strone Lairg mitigation. Mr. Trinick has his answer, not perhaps in the form that he wishes it, but he's had his answer.
Mr. Finlay, that's an inappropriate interruption. You've suggested an answer to your witness by that very contribution, and I think it's unhelpful and not appropriate.
I'm going to try and come in here, Mr. Trinick, between the two of you. What I'm going to give Mr. Dahl one more opportunity to answer the question, which I think has been fairly put. I can clearly understand it, but I would like Mr. Dell just expressed, whether he's quite clear that he understands what the question is, Mr. Dell.
Yes, I've assessed it with that list of criteria that's listed within the EIAR in terms of magnitude of impact, and that's what I've done.
I don't think I can get any further, sir. I've attempted to get an answer to what I thought was a narrowly put, I hope reasonably phrased, unfair question. I haven't got one, but the day is only so long.
I think you've had Mr. Dell's answer, so I think you need to move on to.
I'll move on, sir.
Question.
But I ask you to make a note that that point has not been answered. If we go to Annex 2 to your inquiry report, please, at page 49. What I want to tackle here is the last paragraph on that page, which is the Great Glen Way. You tackle one or two other points, but that's the point I want to focus on. It also continues, so let's cover it both at once, into criterion 4, which you start on page 50. And you refer there again, I'll let people read it for themselves, to the Great Glen Way, but specifically, you claim that we've used the development for sustained periods of approximately 2 kilometres walking north or 1.5 kilometres walking south. That's what you say, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. If you go to your inquiry report at 535, page 24,
yes.
Again, it's for reference because you tell us about the upland location of this stretch of the Great Glen Way about halfway down the paragraph. You see that?
Yes.
That's the evidence you give. Very well. Well, if you go to CD 13, please, again, which is the EIA Landscape and Visual chapter at page 430.
What chapter, sorry, Mr. Trinick?
Oh, sorry, chapter 4 at page 430, CD 13. Sorry, I said that a bit quickly, my fault. Just reads 4627 to yourself, would you? Others would do the same. This time of day, I'm not going to read out the whole thing. Tell me when you're through.
Yes.
I mean, do you broadly agree with the factual position set out there? It's only a factual position, it's not an assessment.
It's made reference to visibility intermittently from closer to 4.98 kilometres of the route.
Yeah, indeed, that's fine. But you're happy to accept that as a factual statement of the position?
Well, it differs. I think when I was making reference to the 1.5, 2 kilometres, I think that was maybe in more sustained views that I was making reference to.
Okay. Opposed to... Well, let's go to JW. Let's go to CD 12.3. It's 12.3.1. I hope I got that right. 12.3.1 at JW9, if you would. You can see there the Great Glen Way. It's not as clear as it might be because there's lots of other things nearly the same colour, but we know where it is. You can see the route of the Great Glen Way.
Yes.
And if we start from the southwest and go northwest, I think we'd agree that there's absolutely no theoretical visibility of the development at all until we get to just east, or not east, just south of viewpoint 1. That's correct, isn't it?
Sorry, Mr. Trinnick, could you repeat that one again? Sorry, I've just
Yes, of
lost
course.
this one here.
If you go northeast.
No, sorry, the document it's just come off my screen there. Wait, what was the reference again for it? Sorry.
JW9.
Sorry, the full number.
CD 10. Sorry, CD 12.3.
12.3.
And hopefully JW9 will appear. It's electronic page 14. I should have said that.
Yes.
Great. As we go northeast along the loch, along the Great Glen, can we agree there is no possibility of any visibility of the development until we get to the area just south of viewpoint 1? There's no ZTV coverage at all. At about the 20-kilometre dotted line. You see where I am?
So just below VP1.
That's the one, yeah. Now, we double check because the Great Glen Way has had a number of loops and options added to it over the years, but we've double checked and nothing's been altered here, so the map is still correct. So the visibility is going to be in that blue area south of VP1, isn't it? Yep.
Yes.
And there's a bit more as you get to 25 kilometres if you go further north. So the sustained bit you're referring to is the area south of VP1, is it?
Yes, I'm just cross-referencing this with a hard copy that I've got over here of the zone.
Sorry, I missed that.
Visibility. Sorry, I'm just cross-referencing this with a hard copy of zone of theoretical visibility I've got here.
Yeah, sure. That's what I got in front of me. Although the electronic copy may have an advantage in that you can zoom it, if that helps. How are you doing?
Yes, I've got that up there.
Let me just get it myself because I want to zoom it. Sorry to take time on this. Right, so can you now see the area I'm referring to? To the south of viewpoint 1.
Yes.
That's the area of sustained visibility you're referring to in your evidence, is it?
Yes.
Right. And we see between 1 and 8 turbines, it being coloured blue. You happy with that?
Let's have a look. The blue turbines you're making reference to, sorry, the
blue colouring on the map indicates that there's theoretical visibility between 1 and 8 turbines. You see that?
Yes.
So that's the extent of the visibility that could be obtained from there. Would you go up to JW5, please, which is on electronic page 9 within CD 1231. It's a bit cleaner, this one, because it hasn't got all the rights of way. That's the hub height visibility. and I'd invite you to do in some interpolation between JW5 and JW9, and to agree that there is less hub height visibility than tip height, which tells us that to some extent you're seeing tips rather than hubs, still of 1 to 8 turbines. You see where I'm going with this?
Sorry, did you say comparison of JW5 to
9? Just to compare those areas of blue. Sorry it's taking time, I'm sure it's my fault. My point is that there is a difference between the hub height visibility and the blade tip, telling us that although you might see between 1 and 8 turbines, you'll only see the tips of some of them, is my point. Do you agree?
Sorry, this is taking so long, just confirming.
That's perfectly right.
Yes, that does appear to be the case from these ones.
And are you claiming any significant effects from the Great Glenway?
I don't know if I've actually made reference to the Glenway.
You haven't. That's why I'm asking the question. I just want to get your evidence on it set against that of.
I think it's going to have a more significant effect on the upland views, but obviously the Great Glenway for that particular part of North Ardney ties in quite easily with the walks.
All right, I'll take that answer this time in the afternoon. 537 in your inquiry report. It's only a tiny point, mainly my curiosity. You refer on page 25 at the end to various Munros, Corbetts and Allens. Do you mean Grahams?
That's the one.
Like
yeah, that's incorrect. So
no,
yeah.
right. I was just coming from the deep south. I have to challenge you on that, you know.
Don't know how Alan's snuck in there. I think I was on the phone to our enforcement officer, Alan, at the time.
Don't worry about it. So if you are looking for a moment, I'm about to go into frankly, the last really big subject, and it will take some time. I wouldn't want to interrupt that.
Well, I'm happy to stop on that light-hearted note, Mr. Trinick. Are all parties content that we continue on tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock? That was what was suggested in my programme, that we would overrun into the next day. So, Mr. Finlay, you're quite content that we overrun into the next day, 10 o'clock start, to continue with Mr. Trinick's questioning?
Absolutely. And so just to give you an indication, I think I have 4 questions of re-examination at the moment. So currently wouldn't take no more than 10 minutes, I would hope.
Okay. Mr. Trinick, any other points from you?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Gordon, no further points?
No, nothing from me,
No.
thank you.
One thing I would say, and it relates to the next inquiry session with regard to wild land, but I'll just inform you my thoughts just now, is that there has been a suggestion that Mr. Kelly's witness is not available on Monday. So I may ask you to consider overnight whether or not a reordering of witnesses might help matters with regard to wild land, because we have to bear in mind that we may overrun into Monday, and if Mr. Kelly's witness is not available for any reason, then I wouldn't want that to prejudice his case. So I'm not proposing anything just now, I'm just indicating that a shuffling of witnesses may assist the timetable for the wild land matters. If you want to make any comment on that just now, that's I'd like to hear it, but if not, sleep on it and we can discuss that at the beginning of the wild land session.
So I'm probably the one most affected because I've got to cross-examine Carol Anderson and Dr. Carver. I am prepared for both. I can live with whatever order you want, but some advance notice would be useful because you tend to prepare finally the night before. You prepare in order, in other words, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not the critical one here from another point of view. I have one witness and he's available on Thursday, on Friday and on Monday. We've observed what you've said and we kept it free. It's up to Mr. Finlay and Carol Anderson's availability, I think, rather than
difficult on Monday.
Our side.
So, as I understand, there are difficulties in being available on Monday for Ms. Anderson, but as I see the timetable at the moment, Mr. Dahl is likely to occupy us till about 11:30 tomorrow. My estimate cross-examination of Mr. Welsh has not increased. I would imagine he will occupy us from 11:30 till 1 o'clock if the evidence in chief remains of the same order as Mr. Trinick suggested. That would leave the afternoon for Miss Anderson, and I don't know whether that's going to be sufficient for Mr. Trinick. If that was the case, Mr. Kelly's evidence would have the whole of Friday, or just potentially some overspill from Carol Anderson. If that is the likely outcome, then I would prefer Miss Anderson gave her evidence immediately after Mr. Welsh, because there's a real, both of them approach matters on a similar basis, and from presentational view, that's what I propose we stick with. I would hope we still don't need to overrun until Monday, but that may be a hopeful time estimate, but Mr. Trinick may wish to respond to it. But that's, I would have thought if we had Friday, most of Friday for Mr. Kelly's evidence, we should succeed in dealing with him on Friday.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. I think we will get through, provided that, and I've seen the DPEA's email to Mr. Kelly that he sticks to his evidence in chief at 30 minutes and doesn't entertain us for longer.
The other matter is whether or not, in order to have a sufficient break between sessions, that you wish to start a little bit earlier. I'm not trying to push an early start on anyone, Mr. Trinick, but it may well be helpful to start at 9:30 and have a longer break between the sessions so that we can reorder our papers or electronic files. But I'm open to what you've got to say, because we're timetabled for 10 o'clock. I don't want to push it, but it's just to create some space, Mr. Trinick. I
think 10 o'clock tomorrow, but if necessary, even as early as 9 on Friday would be fine to get things moving.
Mr. Trinick, are you happy with that suggestion?
Yes, we are programmed to start on Friday at 9:30 anyway, as a result of a request I made. I'm happy to move that forward to 9 if needs be, give us an extra half an hour on Friday. I'm happy at 9:30 tomorrow, but if I'm not laying the whole onus on Mr. Trinick, if he thinks 10 o'clock start is fine, knowing what we need to get through in the 2 days, then I'm happy that with his experience, he's as good a judge as anybody.
Well, I think on the basis of that, unless Mr. Gordon, you've got anything to add, we will stick with the 10 o'clock, but then we'll use Friday morning as our a place to shuffle the time about and get up a bit earlier on Friday morning to allow Mr. Finlay and his team to leave that little bit earlier, perhaps on Friday, but we can make no promises there, Mr. Finlay, I don't think.
The other option is that I don't know about other teams, but certainly if one's looking to get a little bit more time tomorrow, from our viewpoint, if there are other interruptions during the day, we don't necessarily need a full hour at lunchtime. Others may do, but there's certainly some latitude there for a slightly shorter lunch hour if that chimes in with the programme at the time.
I'm seeing a thumb raised, so we'll look towards shortening lunch, and we'll open the bidding at 30 minutes when lunch arrives tomorrow, and will agree at a final time. And it might not be 30, you might get a little bit more, but we'll discuss that at lunchtime tomorrow. Okay, I think that's all the matters that we need to discuss just now. 10 o'clock tomorrow start, and we will allow, you know, a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes or so at least, in between the close of this inquiry session and the start of the wildland inquiry session. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies in the background. Good night.